Over to talk to them, it's time to start the meeting. Welcome to everybody. I'm not gonna call the roll. Everybody, all of the board is here, the commissioner court is present. So we have a quorum. Ask that you stand for the opening prayer and remain standing for the pledge of allegiance. Shall be lead us.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and all the blessings you've given us. We ask that you bring us gentle rain to help our farmers and ranchers and we can prosper the gift of rain. We ask that you be with this body of people today as they travel back home.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Be seated, please. Have you got somebody signed up to speak?
Yes, Judge. Judge Williams signed up. You want to talk now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, he's going to, whether he wants to or not. If he wants to speak.
Judge, Commissioners, I just want to give a quick update on kind of where we are with vitality. And last year at this time, we had one person at silver status, and so far this year we have 21. So hats off to Vi and Elaine and everyone that's been encouraging people to participate. We need 34 to receive that 2% premium discount. So there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not a train, and we can get there. We just need to get some encouragement going, and we need this effort to be completed, and everyone has until June the 30th. And I was just going to try to encourage us. We can work it a little differently where Ginger can come. The way to get the most points to get the silver, of course, you have to start with a health assessment. And we have 20 people that have done their health assessment, yet they haven't done their biometrics. So that's some real low-lying fruit. So if we can get those people to participate, that's going to give them between 2,000 and 4,000 points. So if we can encourage that, and then there's some real easy steps to get to silver. And of course, Ginger will encourage, and we have kind of that silver campaign that we can employ again. But I really wanted just to say, talk about it a little bit, encourage it because of our time frame. And now is the time to kind of schedule another round of biometrics, have everyone complete them. The 20 would be first to work on. I know that I was just visiting with Pete. All he has to do is do his health assessment, and he'll be at silver status because he got there last year. So that's encouraging. Wanted to also say that Otto Kaiser, the Wellness Center, is getting set up with the Humana Vitality. So the members will receive points. I talked to Waylon again yesterday, and they're talking with Humana, and that should be completed soon. We're excited about that. Humana Vitality is teamed up with Weight Watchers. A lot of folks know this, and there's a program where Humana members get 6 months for free Weight Watchers. I want to talk about that again. And wanted to talk a little bit about just the processes. So I was going to visit with Vi and try to get some dates set up. I know that Ginger's been emailing some employees and encouraging people to participate. I know that she's had some synergies going on with the Sheriff's Department. I think that they're willing to do the biometrics, and just wanted to try to tell you where we were and looking forward. And the reason, if we can get to that 20% level, that's going to be 2% off your premium, which is substantial. It also employs the guarantee wherever your medical loss ratio falls, it guarantees that Humana will not increase the rates more than that. So I know we're real concerned about dollars right now, and just wanted to make sure that this part of the contract is something you didn't pay for, but with a little bit of effort, we can get there. So I thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
I appreciate it.
That's the only sign of, reading out of the minutes. Minutes, want to do we have? Let's read all of the February minutes. Does the court have copies of each of those? Each of y'all?
I'll give you a leg start. First,
George, you ready? Yeah.
Karnes County Commissioners Court, special session, February 3rd, 2016. Commissioners Court met in a special session on Wednesday, February 3rd, 2016 at 9 a.m. in the county courtroom located at 210 West Calvert in the city of Karnes City, Texas, with the following members present. George Walter R. Long Jr., I'm going to be shot. County Judge
I go by George and me, too.
Shelby Dukney, Commissioner Precinct 1, ATP Gower, Commissioner Precinct 2, James Rosales, Commissioner Precinct 3, David Reynolds, Commissioner Precinct 4, Carol Sweezy, County Clerk. First is welcome. Judge Long opened the meeting and welcomed all present. Call to order. 3, opening prayer. Commissioner Dukney gave the opening prayer. 4, pledge of allegiance. 5, executive closed session as authorized by section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code on personnel matters. Commissioners Court will conduct interviews for the top 2 candidates on the road and bridge position. Dr. Shelby Dukney. The court entered into executive session at 9:05 a.m. and reconvened into regular session at 1:05 p.m. Item 6, discuss, approve, disapprove action on the interview process results. Dr. Shelby Dukney. A motion by Commissioner Reynolds and seconded by Commissioner Dukney to extend an offer to Dale Stein at the salary of $65,000 a year beginning on February 29th, 2016. Judge Long, Commissioner Gower, Dukney, and Reynolds voted aye. Commissioner Rosales voted no. Motion carried 4-1. Discussion action on 2016/2017 budget planning and schedule. Under Judge Long, weekly budget meetings will be scheduled beginning next week. Adjourn. Item 8, adjourn. A motion to adjourn by Commissioner Reynolds, seconded by Commissioner Gower. All voted aye. Motion carried. Special session, February 4th. Karnes County Commissioners Court met in special session on Thursday, February 4th at 10 a.m. at the
2016.
2016 at 10 a.m. in the county courtroom located at 210 West Calvert in the city of Karnes City with the following members present. Walter R. Long Jr., County Judge, was absent. Shelby Dukney, Commissioner, Precinct 1, was present. ATP Gower, Commissioner Precinct 2 is present. James Rosales, Commissioner 3, was present. David Reynolds, Commissioner Precinct 4 was present. Carol Sweezy, County Clerk. We want to welcome Judge Pro Tem Rosales opened the meeting and welcomed all present. 2, call to order. 3, opening prayer. Commissioner Gower gave the opening prayer. 4, pledge of allegiance. 5, discuss/review status and progress Karnes County Jail project with presentation by project architect and contractor, authored by Jeff Chapman. 6, discuss/approve, disapprove action required by county, if any, with respect to completion of the Karnes County Jail project. No action taken. 7, adjourn. Motion to adjourn by Commissioner Reynolds and seconded by Commissioner Rosales. All voted aye. Commissioners Court, regular session, February 9, 2016. Commissioners Court met in regular session on Tuesday, February 9, 2016, at 9 a.m. in the county courtroom located at 210 West Calvert, City of Karnes City, Texas, with the following members present: Judge Walter R. Long Jr., County Judge; Shelby Dupney, Commissioner Precinct 1; A.T.P. Gower, Commissioner Precinct 2; James Rosales, Commissioner Precinct 3; David Reynolds, Commissioner Precinct 4; Carol Sweezy, County Clerk. Number 1, welcome Judge Long, open the meeting, and welcome all present, morning present. 2, opening prayer. Commissioner Dupney, opening prayer. 4, pledge of allegiance. I, citizens to be heard, no citizens to be heard. 6, reading of the minutes. 7, report of fines, fees, money collected by the following departments: county clerk, district clerk, county attorney, justice of the peace, juvenile department, permitting/special projects, sheriff's department, EMS department. 8, report from the road and bridge department, elections office, extension office, auditor's office, Tawana Casper, victims assistance coordinator, building and maintenance status report on county personnel policies, Shelby Dupney, Commissioner. Number 1, status report on buildings, Pete Gower, Commissioner, Precinct 2, status report on waste and recycling center, James Rosales, Commissioner, Precinct 3, status report on permits, David Mills, Commissioner, Precinct 4. 9, tax collector report. 10, discuss/action regarding treasurer's report. 11, 2015 report to Karnes County from the Alamo Area Council, Boy Scouts of America, making the 106th anniversary of the Boy Scouts of America Eagle Scout presentation. 12, discuss/approve/disapprove change order number 6 to reduce HMC contract for owner purchase furnishings and fixtures authored by Lorraine David. No action taken on the above agenda item. Report on status of county construction projects, EMS/jail/courthouse by Lorraine David. 14, discuss, approve, disapprove payment of $20,292 billed by Foster Construction for concrete work performed on the way station, not previously billed. The work was performed in 2012 and 2013 to be paid from the contingency fund. Arthur P. Gower, motion by Commissioner Reynolds and seconded by Commissioner Dupney to approve the above agenda item as presented. All voted aye. Motion carried 5-0. Discuss, approve, disapprove rules of procedure, conduct, and decorum at meetings of the County Commissioners Court. Arthur Judge Long. A motion by Commissioner Rosales, seconded by Commissioner Reynolds to approve the above agenda item as presented. All voted aye. Motion carried 5-0. Discuss, approve, disapprove adoption of Karnes County pauper burial policy. Author Shelby Dupney. Motion by Commissioner Reynolds, seconded by Commissioner Rosales to approve the above agenda item as presented. All voted aye. Motion carried 5-0. 17, approve/set mandatory appellate judicial assistance fee for all civil cases filed with the county clerk. The amount to be determined by Commissioner's Court. Author, Carol Sweezy. A motion by Commissioner Dupney and seconded by Commissioner Gower to approve, I'm looking at the right, let me reread it. I did. Motion by Commissioner Dupney and seconded by Commissioner Reynolds to approve the amount to collect as $5 per case filed. All voted aye. Motion carried 5-0. Approve/set mandatory law library fee.
This is that.
18, yes. All civil cases filed with county clerk. Amount to be determined by Commissioners Court. Author Carol Sweezy. A motion by Commissioner Reynolds and seconded by Commissioner Dugan to approve the amount to collect as $35 per case filed. All voted aye. Motion carried 5-0. 19, discuss/approve/disapprove accepting revised 2013-2014 seal code maps to be recorded in Commissioners Court minutes. Author Mike Wozniak. No action taken on the above agenda items. 20, discuss/approve/disapprove implementing the utilization of the rounding feature as provided in Time Clock Plus as opposed to actual time. Use of Time Clock Plus actual time accumulates comp time for each minute over 40 hours per week. Author by Malone and Wanacastle. A motion by Commissioner Rosales and seconded by Commissioner Yower to approve the above agenda item as presented effective February 14, 2016. Commissioner Yower, Rosales, Newton, and Reynolds voted aye. Judge Long voted no. Motion carried 4-1. 21, executive/closed section was authorized by section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code for personnel matters, discussion on the status and option of the current road administrator with the hiring of a road engineer effective February 29, 2016. There is an approved position as assistant road administrator, bridge department budget that supports the road engineer position. Arthur Judge Long. Report entered into executive session at 12:14 p.m. reconvened into open session at 10:04 p.m. 22. Discuss, approve, disapprove action on status of current road administrator position results. Author Judge Long. Motion by Commissioner Reynolds and seconded by Judge Long to approve offering the position of assistant to the road engineer to Michael Wozniak at a salary of $57,500 annually plus benefits. Judge Long, Commissioner Reynolds voted aye. Commissioners Yower, Rosales, and Dudnick voted no. The motion failed. 2-3. A motion by Commissioner Yower and seconded by Commissioner Rosales to offer the position of assistant road engineer to Michael Wozniak at a salary of $60,000 annually plus benefits. Commissioners Yower and Rosales voted aye. Judge Long, Commissioners Dudnick and Reynolds voted no. Motion failed 2-3. A motion by Commissioner Dudnick, seconded by Commissioner Reynolds to offer the position of assistant to road engineer to Michael Wozniak at a salary of $50,061.44 annually plus benefits. Commissioners Dudnick and Reynolds voted aye. Judge Long, Commissioners Yower, and Rosales voted no. Motion failed 2-3. Motion by Commissioner Yower and seconded by Commissioner Rosales to offer the position of assistant to road engineer to Michael Wozniak at a salary of $59,000 annually plus benefits. Commissioners Yower and Rosales voted aye. Judge Long, Commissioner Dudnick and Reynolds voted no. Motion failed 2-3. Motion by Judge Long, seconded by Commissioner Reynolds to offer the position of assistant to road engineer to Michael Wozniak at a salary of $50,061.44 annually plus benefits. Judge Long, Commissioner Dubnik, and Reynolds voted aye. Commissioner Gower and Rosales voted no. Motion carried 3-2. 23, acknowledge the certificate of compliance presented to Karnes County Sheriff's Office from the Texas Commission on Jail Standards on being in compliance with the Texas minimum jail standards. Author Judge Long. Number 24, acknowledge notice of approval of uranium exploration permit renewal application to Uranium Resources Inc., URI, Karnes County. Excuse me, Arthur Judge Long. Payment of bills. A motion by Commissioner Rosales and seconded by Commissioner Reynolds to approve the payment of bills as presented. All voted aye. Motion carried 5-0. 26, adjournment. Motion to adjourn by Commissioner Reynolds and seconded by Commissioner Rosales. All voted aye. Motion carried 5-0.
Karnes County Commissioners Court Special Session, February 11, 2016. Commissioners Court met in special session on Thursday, February 11, 2016 at 10 o'clock a.m. in the county courtroom located at 210 West Calvert in the city of Karnes City, Texas, with the following members present: Walter R. Long Jr., County Judge; Shelby Dubnik, Commissioner Precinct 1; A.T.P. Gower, Commissioner Precinct 2; James Rosales, Commissioner Precinct 3; David Reynolds, Commissioner Precinct 4; Carol Sweezy, County Clerk. Item 1, welcome. Judge Long opened the meeting and welcomed all present. 2, call to order. 3, opening prayer. Commissioner Dubnik gave the opening prayer. 4, pledge of allegiance. 5, discuss review status and progress of Karnes County Jail project with presentation by project architect, authored by Jeff Chapman. Doesn't show any action on that. I'm not sure.
Was it said we could do it? I don't think Carol first.
That was just a discussion with you,
Did we discuss it in review?
I'm sure you did.
That's the next motion, the next item.
Okay, item 6, discuss, approve, disapprove. Action required by the county, if any, with respect to the completion of the jail, the Karnes County Jail project. A motion by Commissioner Reynolds, motion by Commissioner Reynolds, seconded by Commissioner Dubnik to approve change order number 6 as presented. All voted aye. Motion carried 5-0. Item 7, motion to adjourn by Commissioner Rosales and seconded by Commissioner Reynolds. Motion to adjourn by Commissioner Reynolds and seconded by Commissioner Rosales. All voted aye. Motion carried 5-0. Any
Commissioners Court, special session, Karnes County Commissioners Court, special session, February 18, 2016. Commissioners Court met special session on Thursday, February 18, 2016, 10 a.m. in the county courtroom located at 210 West Calvert in the city of Karnes City, Texas, with following members present: Walter R. Long Jr., County Judge, present from 10:15 to 10:45. Shelby Dubnik, Commissioner Precinct 1, absent. A.T.P. Gower, Commissioner Precinct 2. James Rosales, Commissioner Precinct 3. David Reynolds, Commissioner Precinct 4. Carol Sweezy, County Clerk. 1, welcome. Judge Pro Tem Rosales opened the meeting and welcomed all present. 2, call to order. 3, opening prayer. Commissioner Reynolds gave the opening prayer. 4, pledge of allegiance. 5, Discuss review status and progress of the Karnes County Jail project with presentation by project architect and contractor Arthur by Jeff Chapman. Number 6, discuss approve, disapprove action required by county, if any, with respect to completion of the Karnes County Jail project. Number 7, a motion to adjourn by Commissioner Reynolds, seconded by Commissioner Yauer. All voted aye. Motion carried 3-0. Karnes County Commissioner Court, special session February 25th, 2016. Karnes Commissioners Court met in special session on Thursday, February 25th, 2016 at 10 a.m. in the county courtroom located 210 West Calvary in the city of Karnes, City, Texas, with the following members present: Walter R. Long, County Judge; Shelby Dukeman, Commissioner, Precinct 1; A.T. P. Garrett, Commissioner, Precinct 2, absent; James Rosales, Commissioner, Precinct 3; David Reynolds, Commissioner, Precinct 4; Carol Sweezy, County Clerk. Welcome, Judge Long. Open the meeting and welcome all present. Call to number 2, call to order. 3, opening prayer. Commissioner Dukeman gave the opening prayer. 4, Pledge of Allegiance. Number 5, discuss review status and progress of Karnes County Jail project with presentation by project architect and contractor Arthur Jeff Chapman. Number 6, discuss approve, disapprove action required by county, if any, with respect to completion of the Karnes County Jail project. Number 7, discuss creating a budget calendar for 2016-2017 budget. Department heads should be prepared to report status of and current budget year versus the approved budget, including staffing. Arthur Judge Long. Number 8, adjourn. A motion to adjourn by Commissioner Reynolds and seconded by Commissioner Rosales. A motion. All voted aye. Motion carried 4-0. That's all I have.
Are there any,
One more. I'll read it.
Regular, Karnes County Commissioner Court regular session, February 29. Karnes County Commissioner Court met regular session Monday, February 29, 2016 at 9 a.m. in the county courtroom located 210 West Calvary in the city of Karnes City, Texas, with the following members present: Walter R. Long, Jr., County Judge; Shelby Dukeman, Commissioner, Precinct 1; A.T.P. Yauer, Commissioner, Precinct 2; James Rosales, Commissioner, Precinct 3; David Reynolds, Commissioner, Precinct 4; Carol Sweezy, County Clerk. Welcome, Judge Long. Open the meeting and welcome all present. Number 2, quorum present. Yes. Number 3, opening prayer. Judge Long gave the opening prayer. 4, Pledge of Allegiance. Number 5, citizens to be heard. There were no citizens to be heard. 6, discuss, approve, disapprove, recycle facility, burn, construction, issue, and necessary legal documents to allow for repairs of damaged fencing on adjacent property. Milicio Davila at 207 East Riverville Road, Karnes City, Texas. Arthur James Rosales. A motion by Judge Long and seconded by Commissioner Yauer to accept the bid of $900 for fencing and to approve the temporary easement as presented. All voted aye. Motion carried 5-0. Number 7, discuss, approve, disapprove policy committee recommendations for review, revisions, development of the Karnes County policies, including employee orientation, annual refresher training, accident incident reporting, safety meetings, drug and alcohol policy, use of county equipment, training to all employees and supervisors of the county policies and procedures. Arthur Shelby Dukeman. No action taken on the above agenda item. Discuss, approve / disapprove participating in task risk management pool, risk control reimbursement program, and that could link to the implementation of revised county policies discussed above. Arthur Shelby Dukeman. No action was taken on the above item. Discuss, approve status of request to Road and Bridge for all oil company contributions made for road improvements. Arthur Shelby Dukeman. No action was taken on the above item. Agenda item. Number 10, discuss, approve current process for maintaining MSDS for county departments. Arthur Shelby Dukeman. No action taken on the above agenda item. Number 11, discuss process for the appointment of election administrator and acceptance and resignation, election commission chair, Judge Long. Number 12, discuss, approve, disapprove either an out-of-cycle payment or make an exception to the accounts payable schedule and approve payment at the March 8th Commissioners Court regular scheduled meeting for election workers working on March 1st, 2016, joint primary election. If this exception is not made, the election worker payments will not be approved until March 31st Commissioner Court meeting. It is unreasonable to expect election workers to wait a month to be paid. Arthur Karen O'Kella. A motion by Commissioner Reynolds, seconded by Commissioner Rosales to approve out-of-cycle payments as needed for election workers. All voted aye, motion carried 5-0. Discuss, approve, number 13, discuss, approve, disapprove an appropriate timeline and any exceptions to county policy to ensure that all future payments to the election workers are made within 3 weeks after an election. No action, Martha Karen O'Kella, no action taken on the above agenda item. Number 14, tax collectors report. Number 15, county clerk's January 2016 report. Number 16, discuss action regarding treasurer's report. Number 17, payment of bills. Motion by Commissioner Reynolds and seconded by Commissioner Rosales to approve the payment of bills as presented. All voted aye, motion carried 5-0. Number 18, adjourn. Motion to adjourn by Commissioner Rosales and seconded by Commissioner Reynolds. All voted aye, motion carried 5-0.
Yeah, I said all of them, I hope.
Thank you, made it.
Perfect. Yes. We need a motion.
Seconded.
Okay, a motion to approve all of the minutes that have just been read, which are all of the minutes for every meeting, beginning with, I believe, February 3rd. Is that correct? All of the February, they're all for the February month. And any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of approval of the minutes signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign, all voting for the minutes are approved as presented. Thank you. Okay, we're in item 7 on the agenda, report of fees, fines, and money collected by the following departments, county clerk.
Okay, for the month of February, we collected a total of $65,299.25.
District clerk. District clerk.
District Clerk, total collections for the month of February, grand total collections $27,867. Less checks dispersed $10,028.71. Total for the month is $17,838.29.
There's the district clerk, county clerk. We have here.
Judge, we collected $708.58.
$708.58, is that correct? Okay.
It looks like it's your year-to-date stuff at the bottom. If I'm reading kind of correctly, it's running, and I mean, this is money. Is this money that this $708.58 money that you keep, or is this total collections?
It goes to the merchant or the
I mean,
victim.
it's not retained.
No.
I didn't know if it was the fees that you added to it or if it was.
If we can collect it, originally without, with a telephone call, that's what we're trying to do without any fees added to them.
Justice of the peace, this is for all of them. We have
Justice of the Peace, Precinct 1, Judge Susanna Kaliba. Total cases, new cases filed 163. Kept by the county collections was $29,817.91. Remitted to the state $13,365.29. Total collection for the month of February $43,183.20. Precinct 2, Judge Caroline Krizekwa. New cases filed for the month 82. Kept by the county $17,100.09. Remitted to the state $8,711.41. Total collected for the month of February, Precinct 2, $25,811.50. Acknowledge Judge,
I'll do mine, shall we?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, total, number of new cases filed, 141. Total retained by the county, $36,604.46. Total remitted to the state, $10,707.64. Total revenue collected, $47,312.10.
Take it, Judge.
You're welcome.
new case, Judge David Sotelo, Precinct 4, new cases filed was 78. Total kept by the county was $10,620.61. Remitted to the state, $4,444.50, for a grand total of $15,065.11 collected by the JP precinct for the month of February.
Is that all? Okay.
Judge Villanueva, if on the, just in general, not picking at any particular JP court, but I notice there's always a whole lot of open cases that remain open forever, it seems like. Are those things that are uncollected or have not been adjudicated, or what's the situation on those? With, they're at least on the report. Well, let me pull one up here. The easiest one is pretty simple to pull up.
Okay, you're asking about precinct 4?
I know, but I'm just, this is only an example. Precinct 4 says total number of cases pending the first of the month. They had 829, so many active, so many inactive, and then total on the docket with 66 new and filed. And most of the time, the total cases disposed of almost equates to the new cases filed, and those cases pending just go on and on and on. What are those cases?
Okay, those could be cases that are in warrant status. We can issue a warrant this month, and it may be 4 or 5 years before we collect anything on it. So it could be cases that are in warrant status.
I was just curious, I didn't know what, because I see these continuing in everybody's court. This isn't
Yes, sir.
pick at anybody, but they continue in all the courts from month to month. And occasionally, one of the JPs will get a few more cases closed, and they have to get that month. But thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, Constable's report.
Constable Fetty, you want to read your report?
Do you want me to read that whole report?
I'll read it, you will.
You're welcome.
March 5th, 2016, Honorable Judge Walter R. Long, Karnes County Commissioners Court, 2015 activity report, Karnes County Constable Precinct 1, Dennis Benner. Total miles traveled, 21,523. JP Court appearance, 148. Bailiff duties, 3. Attempts to serve civil process, 103. Civil process served, 26. Attempts to served warrants, 35. Warrants served, 6. Civil standbys, 19. Assisted other agencies, 31. Self-initiated field contacts, 267. Illegal dumping, 9. Traffic contacts, semi-trucks, 15. Passenger vehicles, 12. Located parents with KISD kids, 18. Truancy runaways, 26. Kids crosswalk control, 142. Sporting events, 22. Residential security check, 17. Remove road debris, 8. Livestock control, 8. The page there also, it here says information that purposes that do not reflect the activities of the present service you perform. These response activities are channeled through the cell phone 820-583, correction 534-8246 on my residential number. Additional is as of March 4th, the sheriff and I made an agreement in which I will be assisting sheriff by serving civil process for Karnes County Precinct 1. Did this from 2001 to 2010. This will allow the sheriff's department to concentrate on other law enforcement activities. All constables will receive special training and service of handling civil process. Submitted the same budget as last year, however, due to circumstances beyond my control, it is necessary to bring to your attention the future purchase of a computer and software for approximately $1,025. State has mandated use of body cameras for police officers required training for use of cameras. I have received training which indicates that the county purchase. I already have received training which indicates that the county purchase computer and software was required to download and maintain evidentiary recordings on a daily basis. Attaches is county budget for land.
Dennis, on your yearly activity report, you say 2015, that is January through December?
Yes, ma'am.
But wait. Our fiscal year runs October 1st through September 30th, is that correct? And that's the period of time we're budgeting for as our fiscal year, not the calendar year. So if you will, if you want to do both, but we need a fiscal year budget request, not a calendar year.
Additional report from Karnes County Constable Precinct 3, Fernando Rios. Martinez. Monthly report. This report is for the month of February 2016 as recently requested on March 30, 2016 for Karnes County Judge Long. Been informed by the Secretary via cell phone conversation. I was told that a monthly report will be wanted for the Karnes County Commissioners Court meeting, and they would determine the annual budget for my office and other constables. I was advised this is a request. Summons served for JP Villanueva with Precinct 3, total 11 summons. Summons unable to serve for JP Villanueva, total of 2. Patrol mileage none. Warrant service and warrant notification none. And he further states that I have been without my GMC Yukon for the past 2 months due to vehicle issues. I started off with a master cylinder related to brake line, rough train needing to replace corroded brake lines. Now while repairs are being done, I have been informed that my fuel pump assembly is also very corroded as well, with gas tank was taken down to repair brake lines. I have to replace the fuel pump assembly. I've been able to control it also from Yukon. One vehicle rigged out with my emergency lighting equipment. I'm hoping to get my vehicle back in repairs soon, but I'm aware of the code cost. That's all the council report.
Okay. Any questions or comments about the reports from the constables? Juvenile department. Is there anybody here on report? Do we have a report?
The juvenile report for Karnes Wilson Juvenile Probation Department for Karnes County to date February 2016. Caseload data, number of juveniles beginning in the month, 8. Number of new probationers during month 2. Number of juveniles transferred out, 0. Transferred in, 0. Number of revocations and deaths, 0. Number of terminations and completions, 1. Paper referrals, 2. Formal referrals, 7. Crisis intervention, 0. Anyone know what ISP data means?
School suspension.
I guess so. Anyway, it's all zeros. Number of deferred prosecution, 5. Number of on formal probation, 4. Number on ISP, 0. Number of pending referrals, 18. Funds collected, supervisory fees, 2111. Court costs, 703. Attorney's fees, 140.75. Restitution, 0. Drug test, $21.11. And I guess this is deferred prosecution. It says Deb Frost. Supervisory fees, 35. Court costs, 0. Attorney fees, 0. Restitution, 0. Drug test, 35. Amount of fees to be collected, 35. Percentage of collections, 160%.
Questions, comments? Permitting special projects. We have a report.
Yes, it's on there. The special projects, in terms of floodplain fees, the total amount collected for this month is $725. The engineer fee for assisting on this is $200, so the county's portion, county retained $525. On the septic permits, looks like there were 7 for the month. The total permit fees were $3,250. The inspector's portion was $1,150. The TECQ portion is 7. TCE is 70, I'm sorry, and the county portion is $2,030. New homes built, 5 mobile homes, and U2.
Permitting a special project sheriff's department.
Sir, good day.
Good morning. The Karnes County Sheriff's Office, February 2016 monthly call report. Alarm calls, residential business were 26, domestic disturbance were 13, assaults were 14, criminal mischiefs were 8, harassments were 6, EMS was 126, fire was 23, escorts were 20, loose livestock was 54, prisoner transports 67, request officers 169, road hazards 30, suspicious activity 9, suspicious subject vehicles 36, thefts and burglaries were 14, warrant services were 10, miscellaneous calls were 214, welfare checks were 23, reckless drivers were 14, traffic stops was 500, citations 220, warnings were 250, commercial vehicles were 11, county road traffic stops were 15, accidents were 72, arrests was 83, and the 911 calls was 1,217. The next sheet is the jail population, and today we have 44 in custody.
Where are they here?
I'm sorry, where are the inmates housed?
Yes.
We have some,
44.
the 40, yeah, we have some at Geo, we have some here, and then we have some in Wilson.
You don't have the numbers in each place with you?
No, but I can get them to you
No,
for today.
bring them the next time.
Okay, I sure will.
We have
20 beds at GO?
30, sir.
30.
And are those all female?
No, sir, those are males. Our females are housed in Live Oak or Wilson. Yes, sir.
Live Oak or where?
Wilson.
Okay, all right.
You do have 29.
Well, that changes daily, I assume. doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
EMS, divorce.
Good morning. For February of 2016, our dispatch requests were 127. February of 2015, we had 104. Patient contacts, 136. Patients transported were 92. We had 44 refusals, 7 canceled calls, 13 multi-patient calls, we did 0 air evacuations, 3 out-of-county transports, we did 10 non-emergency transfers, and 4 standbys. Resulted in 58 trauma patients, 85 medical patients. Year to date, calls for the calendar year for January 1 through February 29, 279 dispatch requests. Our total collections for the month of February was $60,269.67. That's a little higher than normal, but that's some of the backlog from changing companies that's finally catching back up to us. So for our calendar year-to-date collections is $83,186.79, but our fiscal year-to-date collections is $148,138.55.
We've discussed this before, Dennis, but as you get your system perfected, comparison to the amount billed as to the amount collected.
Certainly, certainly. And it runs, what I'm finding from looking at it and trying to get it caught up, the collection rate is around 40%.
And we'll see that.
Exactly.
And are you also on a fiscal year rather than a calendar year?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I keep them both because we change our call dates based on the year. At January 1, it goes back to number 1, it's just 160001, so we'll know when we're billing and keeping track of patients and records and reports that what year it goes with. But we keep it both ways.
Let us see the both ways.
Certainly.
If it's not, doesn't really put a big burden on you. If it does, I'm not trying to increase your workload just for numbers.
No, it's now that I have it on here, I for some reason I had a brain miscalculation at the last commissioner's report that I gave a report and only gave the calendar year instead of the. Yes, yeah, the year to date is the calendar year, and then the fiscal year to date is the October 1 to January or February 29.
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
Not really. We're doing a lot. We're in the new building. We're trying to graciously get it finished as fast as we can. There's just some minor things, landscaping, the fence, some lettering for the building, and numbers on the doors. I believe is about all we like. But it's great. We're working great. We're planning great things out of it. One thing I would like to mention is that my guys have certified like 235 county people, personnel, firefighters, sheriff's officers, police officers, all in CPR and very basic first aid. So I think that's a great thing for those guys to do that. One other thing that I'd like to mention, and I'm sure Shelby and the sheriff will back me up, is everybody keep an eye on the weather tonight. It's supposed to get western after a while from what it does.
The other thing, as you approach completion, and I know this has been discussed in court, but perhaps you weren't here, is I think the court, the county would like to have a big open house at some point.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I think as we get more, I think we're getting fairly close to that. I thought the fence was supposed to go up last week, but I know that they're waiting on some dirt work to be done back behind us before that fence goes in. So, but as soon as we get, as soon as I know when we're going to have everything done, we can set a date. I know that May is actually National EMS Month, so that might be a good way to kick that month off.
Save money in your budget for beer.
I've got some donations coming up.
I don't think we're on the executive use county budget for that. And if we do, I'd rather get some whiskey than beer.
Okay.
Hadn't had a drink in 35 years, but I drank enough the first 35 to make up. Go ahead.
All right, County Road 211, 80% of the road.
Wait just a second. Have you been introduced to the court since you got hired, got here to work?
The last meeting.
This is our new highway or road engine, not a highway. We don't have all the highways by a long shot. Engineer that's doing a great job starting out. I think if he had it to do over, he might not take his job. But hopefully that's not exactly the way he feels.
Not yet.
We're glad to have you here, I assure you. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. His name is
I don't know.
Dale Stein.
Dale. Yeah.
Dale Stein.
All right, County Road 211, 80% of the seal coat is being completed. They're finalizing the last two culverts. 199, 326, they're waiting on seal coat for the weather to get warm enough. County Road 182, they're putting the grid down and replacing the limestone on it. County Road 262, we finally filled in that big old water hole, and I think we did just in time for Mother Nature. 263, same scenario. We've got a big water hole we're trying to finish on before it comes in. It usually holds about a foot, 2 foot of water. There's no way you can drain out. But we're still working on seal coat roads, and hopefully we'll get it. And then we've got a lot of brush cutting going on. Other than that, it's just a general maintenance, blade, and trying to keep these roads up.
Any questions, comments from the court?
Dale, I sent you an email. I had a request, I had an email from Judge Fowler about the 1747 monies.
Yes.
I think I forwarded you the email, but you did receive it, so, and did Underbrink ever respond to that? Because he didn't respond.
No, I have not seen anything from him. I met with David last week. While he was here, and mentioned to him that I would like to get updated on that program as to where we stand, and the money remaining as to when that will be coming in also. So hopefully the next court meeting, I will have an update on that program to let you know where we stand.
Just so everybody knows what I'm trying to talk about is that Judge Fowler talked with Trent Thomas, he's the director of the state legislative affairs section for government affairs office and with TxDOT, and he had a question that how many were, what was the status on the TIF in the 1747, and Trent responded that 114 million has yet to be reimbursed. 110 million has been reimbursed as of February 9th. 171 counties have submitted invoices, with 31 counties utilizing all their allocations. 20 counties have not submitted invoices yet, so hopefully we'll have some more monies coming down.
Are we, is Karnes County current on
our invoices in 1747 money.
Do what?
Is Karnes County current in submitting invoices to the state for reimbursement of 1747?
Well, the only thing we've submitted, I think we've received reimbursement for maybe one invoice on, but we've been timely submitted.
Everything that's been submitted has been reimbursed. We have awaiting reimbursement, $281,279.23.
But we're in the what percentage of the total program that we've been reimbursed for? I know we haven't completed it, so.
I'll have that information for you at the next meeting. That's some of the information that I want to find out for myself, where we are on the total program, the project or complete. I know we've got a substantial number of projects on the list, so I'll give you a full update at the next meeting where we are on that. Because I know TxDOT and the legislature expects that money to be spent in a 3-year timeframe, which I believe is the end of 2017. So we need to make sure that we've got all of our stuff complete and paperwork in, so we can receive everything that we authorized. Also, one other thing, last meeting, y'all asked about the oil company donations. I've done some investigating on that. I just received some additional information from the judge this morning that kind of contradicts some of the information I've got, so I can't give you 100% like I expected. Sprint, in their letter, Sprint Energy had mentioned that they had donated 5,000 yards of material from CMEX itself. They informed me that it was actually 5,053.5 tons. So using our average price of $11 a ton, that's a $55,600 value that we received there. Encana is the one that I just received information from, so I've got to go back and do some research on that. The other one that I had gotten was ConocoPhillips. Their information says that they have provided a value of $65,338, yet I have not received any confirmation from them yet as to what that money was spent on. They gave me a list of roads, County Road 345, 302, 347, and 295, and possibly 309, but no indication as to what work was actually performed for that 65,000. So I've emailed them and asked for an explanation as to just what work was performed. The other thing that I found out Mike gave me, here, the letter is dated February 4th from TxDOT. So we received, we received the material in January. 2,700 cubic yards of RAP, reclaimed asphalt pavement. TxDOT has a program where when they remove asphalt off the roadways and have no need for it, they make it available to counties and cities. So they have just a set value of $2 per cubic yard that they show on their books that they are transferring from state funds into state values into county values. So that's a value of $27,000 the county has received by utilizing that program.
Where are you using that $3 grand asphalt at?
You know where this went?
Yeah, well, it's still in the pile. We're gonna use that on County Road 170, which is right down there. What we usually do is, it's a mixture of RAP, bleaching, base, topsoil, a little bit of everything that goes into these piles. It's not clean RAP like everybody says. And what we do is we use that to raise the subgrade then we come back and cap it each time. But the pile is located at 626 and 183, and it's got all kinds of trash in it. So they said clean everything up those days.
Yeah, it depends on what their project is. A lot of times the contractor, it's just a resurfacing project, so the contractor will come in and we move only the asphalt. So we can utilize that a little easier than Mike was describing as a total reclaim of the asphalt and base. But it is usually good material. I've there at Creel County, so we use thousands of tons of it. We'll pick it up as far as Bear County. It does have some value. It can be very useful to us. So we'll continue to work with TxDOT. Every yard that they've got available, we can already move.
I was gonna say, I don't know how this works, but I know my part of the world is taken care of by the building and maintenance section.
Right.
And just FYI, they are supposed to be in the process of doing the same thing in downtown Runyon that they've been doing in Kennedy sometime before too long, is trying to stabilize that 7281 intersection. And so there should be some stuff generated that way. I mean, I don't know where your interface is running back to with TxDOT, but if you contact, go in and they're in charge of that.
I tried contacting, I got a text, I was trying to get that wrap that they were doing on 181, not this new project, but the other one. And it belongs to the contractor, they said the contractor, if he wants to give it to you, so I got a hold of Hubbard. And they said they were giving that whole pile out there on 7th Street. And I kept trying to get anything off of them, they wouldn't do it. So now, we have this one running in Kennedy that's got that pretty stockpile of stripes. Again, it's hunters, so I've got a folder we're going to try attempting it again, but cross our fingers, they usually keep it and resell it. And that's where it puts us in.
My cousin bought some from Hunter that was out on 72 West by not of ours,
Yeah.
right there. And he paid $10 a ton delivered to Runyon, and they charged him $10.
Yeah, and I approached them, I said, even if we have to purchase this, so people too, it was all sold.
Yeah, a lot of times the contractors will haul it back to their asphalt supplier. They have learned that that's a value to them, cuts their cost of the new material. They haul the old material back to recycle it at the plant. So a lot of times, it's more value to them to keep themselves. But we will continue to keep up with it. I do have plans of contacting the area offices that will be responsible for working with us here. So I'll contact Goliad and get them my information, let them know we can work with them in any fashion that's beneficial to us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Elections office.
Good morning. I apologize for no written report today, but just primarily figures that I would report on the election. We had a total number of voters of 2,972. I figured out the percentage, it was in the high 40s of our registered voters, so that was a great outcome, the number of voters that we had. We had 914 Republican and 1,084 Democratic, but that was on election day. And early voting, 662 Democratic and 312 Republican, but that includes the in-person and by mail. And so the election day went off pretty smoothly as it can. There's always little things that go on. So we got out of here about, I guess it was about 9:30 when most people left that evening. So we always appreciate the sheriff, always gives us, assistance, and he did that again for us. But he actually had some of the detectives in here to help us that evening, so we appreciate that. And I think that's all.
Questions, comments?
Karen, can I get a copy of the polling results and
Precinct by precinct.
and when do we expect the first reports?
Hopefully within the next month. I mean, I've talked to them already about that, and they, one of them has gotten it from the state, and the other one has not, so.
Don't see you, good luck.
Oh, thank you. That's, if you don't mind.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, a report from the auditor's office. No, extension office, I'm sorry. Extension office. Okay, we all have copies of those.
Well, activities since last report, fee distribution, fourth word stock show, rodeo, private applicator training, meeting with Karnes County Soil and Water Conservation District, San Antonio Livestock Exposition, East Central Livestock Judging Contest. San Antonio Livestock and Judging Contest made 31 4-H contact visits, 22 A&R contact visits, 5 community development contact visits. Plans for next month, Karnes County Soil and Health Seminar, Houston Livestock Rodeo, Leadership Lab Committee meeting, Austin Livestock Show, Food Policy Council, and TRLP. Total miles, I don't know what TRLP is. Total miles driven for the month was 2,561.4. That is just, that's Jared outlined, we don't have nothing for me.
Looks like the other part of the report, they had, let's see, cost of lodging, $121.34, $159, meals, $10.68, and $8.38. He didn't total it, but it's on the report on his travel. That's good. That's there.
This is the report for February, and I just noticed on the cover sheet, instead of February 29th, I think February 20th, so if you will change that, this is for the entire month. The fourth page, I did a brief comparison of what the system shows as to what the bank shows in the cash accounts. The 3 lines with asterisks by them, the credit card clearing, the fee clearing, Karnes County National Bank, and the e-file account, those are not accounts that are in our financial system. But that shows you the differences as of February 29th between the system and the bank balances. On the next page is our total income earned for February 2016 from outside investments. From Stone Castle, the total was $7,575.06. From DWS Scudder, $3,562.38. And from Texas Glass, $101.26. For a total of $11,238.70. The next page is a spreadsheet of the outside investments by fund, by investor. The total amount of monies that we have in our outside investments for all funds is $59,544,313.21 as of February 29th. The next 4 pages are just support of the statements from the outside investments, confirming those amounts reported on the spreadsheet. And then you have the detailed report from the financial system reflecting the balances by fund.
I don't mean to be a pain in the tail, but this is a lot to digest. Is it possible that we can get these a day or so ahead of the
Well, we had some issues as far as the system. Some of the accounts were not transferring into our reports, which I finally talked to got in touch with Tyler and got an answer, and they updated where all our new accounts would reflect on the report, so it was yesterday afternoon before they were ready. But yeah, we can do that in the future.
It would sure be nice.
More for homework. On the 15th page of the report is the items of interest. Looks like this. Items I want to point out are the sales tax items. February of 2016 is $656,037.36. For the same period in 2015, it was $965,282.44, a decrease of approximately 32.04%, or $309,245.08. For the fiscal year, October through February, sales tax collections are $2,688,737.03. The same period for fiscal year 2015, $4,428,121.61, a decrease of approximately 39.28%, or $1,739,391.58. The reimbursements of legal fees in regard to the tax abatement, we have received one check for one of the invoices outstanding. I have contacted the individual at K.E. Andrews and Company who issued the check to try and acquire an explanation and a projected date of the rest of the money. That check was issued to the Karnes County Tax Assessor, so we have not been able to deposit it because I don't want it to appear that they might be paying taxes and not be. So that was also a question, which you have a copy of my email on the next page trying to get clarification done. The Senate Bill 1747 expenditures through February 9th is $4,214,253.26. We have been reimbursed $3,932,774.03. And as I mentioned earlier, we have outstanding awaiting reimbursement, $281,479.23.
Would you mind going back, completely, excuse me, to about the third or fourth page? It says Karnes County System of the Bank. And we have a difference between the system and the bank. Enlighten us a little bit, probably did, but I'm dead, so.
Well, as I said, the three accounts that have asterisks in the second column under the title system, those accounts are not in our system. They are clearing accounts.
Which three, I don't understand.
Credit card,
Okay.
fee clearing,
And e-file
and
accounts.
e-file account.
Correct, because they are not in our financial system. They have a number under the bank column because they have bank balances. That's correct.
How do we get access to them if they're not in our system?
They aren't in our financial system. They are a clearing account where the monies are supposed to come in and go out and clear out, zero out every month. There may be some that might, for instance, in the credit card clearing account, someone may have made a credit card payment on the 29th that the treasurer doesn't find out about until the office makes that deposit the following Thursday, and so therefore it would still be sitting in the bank account. But this comparison is just support as to why it's important to have bank reconciliations. So we can find out if everything
I
that's
knew
in the
that's
bank
where you
is
were
in our
going,
system.
I'm just trying to understand.
Right.
Which we don't have.
I have not seen it, no.
And that come from the treasurer.
Yes, sir.
And are these here, if I remember, I saw in your statement, your items of interest, are these some of the questions that you've addressed to the treasurer, want to know?
I have not addressed any questions for several months because I never got answers to the original ones.
Okay, but this would be part of it if it
Sure.
was included.
And it very well could be deposits that have already hit the bank that the treasurer has not received notice of yet to be able to receive them in our system. Because she won't receive them in the system until we receive the notification that the bank has it.
And is that our depository bank?
Yes.
Not the Karnes County National Bank.
No, but we don't receive anything like from the comptroller or anything from Karnes County National. Those are from the offices within the county.
And they're not the depository bank.
No, sir. All City National is.
Why are we using Karnes County Bank? I'm on the board at Karnes County Bank, and I objected to this to start with, and I still think it's improper.
It's not improper to the effect of violating our depository agreement because Fall City National agreed to it.
I think it's improper legally.
Well, the
To
reason
have
it
the-
was started is.
Karnes County, whatever I am, to be on the bank board that's handling the money. I just think that's improper totally. And I brought this to the attention of the powers that be at the bank and here both. And the bank shrugs, and here, I don't know what y'all are doing, but there's nothing happening that will solve that problem at this point.
Well, the purpose of creating that account was to get monies in a financial institution in a timely manner and to help save some money for some time for the treasurer's office from counting and recounting the cash when it's brought in and then when it's prepared for deposit. This way each office takes it directly to the bank and the bank confirms it and then they bring the deposit records to us.
So we don't have an agreement with the bank, do we, of any kind?
We just have our signature cards.
A signature bank account like every other idiot in wherever they are.
Yes,
And
sir. But we
I
do
just
have-
think that's improper use of public money.
Well, also in our depository agreement that was entered with Fall City National, Gerald Sekula did issue a statement that they had no issues with us using Karnes County National as a key
Well,
clearing.
they're not doing anything illegal. We're apparently are the ones doing the illegality of putting it with somebody besides the depository bank.
Well, we also have our outside investments with different entities besides our depository.
Which is covered under the statute. Is this? I don't think.
I don't know that there's a specific statute that addresses clearing accounts or
Yeah.
non-depository bid banks or financial institutions, but I know there are a lot of entities that do that. One, for the FDIC insurance purposes, to be able to have their funds insured. And my understanding, and of course I'm not an attorney, won't be, is that as long as the depository financial institution agrees to it and the other institution does, that it's not a legal issue.
Has the board authorized the account with Karnes County?
The board? which
This
board? Yes,
board?
yes.
Okay, when did they do it? I'd like to see the.
July, August.
Mid-July of last year.
I can't get around that. I think that's illegal.
Was this not something that came about in Hancock versus Malone?
Yes.
And the judge's order that the judge, people's
Yes.
issues to do something different?
Correct. The mediator, per se, that came in and met with both Vi and myself, Ray Sampson, who is a former treasurer in Atascosa County and currently the auditor in Atascosa County, made the suggestion they follow a similar procedure in Atascosa County. And the purpose was the timeliness of deposits and to save time from counting and recounting the same monies from the time it comes in and is verified and then the time it goes to the bank.
Well, you can't make a deposit quicker than the day you get the, whatever you're depositing in, can you?
That's correct.
I mean, you can't do it till you got it. When you got it, you can drive 11 miles or 10 miles to the depository bank and deposit it and get it in the same day. And that doesn't change running down the street, put it in this bank, which I think, as I said, is illegal.
Well, but that was the problem. We were having issues with the money getting to the bank in a timely manner within the,
I don't think we can make up our own rules and do that. I think we're doing something that's illegal. And I have not asked anybody else just to verify that it would be illegal, but I don't see how we can do that and not be illegal.
Perhaps it would make the judge a little more comfortable. I don't know how you do this.
I could resign from the board and become.
That, I'm talking about an attorney general's opinion or something like that, that would do it. Is that possible, Herb?
I think we need something that's showing what we're doing is legal. I surely don't believe it.
Would you mind investigating that a little bit for us and getting back to us? And perhaps if that's the necessary thing, we can ask for that, make sure. So, Judge Long is comfortable with what we're doing, assuming that the Attorney General agrees with what we're doing. If he doesn't, then obviously he's right. So,
Well, I haven't asked the Attorney General, I don't have any idea what their attitude
like I
is.
say, I mean, I was referring to.
Yeah, I know that, I know that.
so Judge Long, do you have an issue with it because you sit on the board at Karnes County National, or do you have an issue with it just because?
Well, I have an issue because I'm the one involved that sits on the board at the Karnes County National Bank. And I can't control that board either, so obviously I'm not very controlling wherever I have to be. I can't control this one, I can't control that one. But I think somebody's gonna end up with their tail in a pretty tight crack if they don't get this straightened out. And it may be both of them, I don't know. Of course, I'm not sure the bank's at fault, but I really feel like the county's at fault. And,
Hell,
Or did you say that Ray Sampson said that's what the county does in a similar manner?
Yes.
Of course it does.
that doesn't make me have a warm fuzzy feeling, I'm sorry. He's not doing it in Karnes County. Well,
So Herb, would you request an AG opinion, or do you want me to do it?
I'm not sure what it takes to get one, but I think we need to know.
So Judge, and this is not gonna make you feel any better, but it takes 3 people on the court that you're sitting down to make a decision. The fact that you refrained from it at the time, in my opinion, protects you. If your issue has to do with conflict, I'll make a request to the Attorney
Well,
General.
it certainly has to do with conflicts. It's not illegal if there's not a conflict or,
Well, I'll address it from that angle.
and the fact that this board chose to do what they did doesn't make me feel better.
I'll try my best to make you feel better, Judge.
I'd love to. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Herb.
And just one more thing to point out, those items that had the asterisks by them, because they are not in our system, they are not on the computer-generated report that is from the system, that is page 2 and 3. So those dollars are not recorded on that report.
And you're saying that this is a proper way to handle it?
I'm not following your question. Proper way to handle it?
Yeah. Legal, not proper.
Having the clearing accounts? Yes, sir.
In a non,
Yes, sir.
okay. Would you mind showing me where you get that from?
Okay.
Maybe you've shown it to me and
No, I haven't.
I don't believe so. And if you'll call me, I'll come to your office. You don't have to come to mine. We won't play the game of who's got the toughest demeanor. All right.
okay, these 3 items on, and I think the question's been asked, pardon my density, but how do they wind up in what's on page 2 and 3? I mean, how do they magically get there?
Okay, I'll give you a brief synopsis of how something happens. JPA collects money for week 1. JPA takes that money to Karnes County National Bank.
No, the credit card stuff is more important.
Okay,
That's all.
well, it's similar to the same way. It's a clearing account. So they take it to the bank, they count the money, they give them a deposit ticket receipt. They come to our office first, we verify that the receipt from the bank matches the report that they're providing. If it doesn't, it needs to go back and get fixed. If it does, then it goes on to the treasurer's office for receipting. That's when it goes into our account. Because then, at the end of that week, a check is written from the B clearing account, Karnes County National, to Fall City National, transferring all the monies collected that week. And it's similar with the credit cards. The credit cards are receipted in by a JP as collection or a county clerk or whomever is accepting credit cards, EMS. And then when they bring their report, it breaks it down, cash and checks, credit cards, etc. So when they bring that report, the treasurer's office receipts in all those credit cards. Then they verify that they are in the clearing account, the credit card clearing account, and then those get in.
And we have a vendor who provides us the clearing account.
It's our clearing account. We have a vendor that handles the credit card
Okay,
transaction.
that's what I'm talking about. They don't go to Karnes County National.
No, they go to Fall
So
City.
they go to Fall City.
The only thing that comes over here is cash and checks.
And they,
Does that ever exceed the insurable amount of money that should be?
At Karnes County National?
Yes.
No, sir.
Could it, under the system we're using?
Only if our fines and fees increase dramatically. I think this last week was one of the largest transfer checks we made, and that was $70,000. Because we do it weekly, we don't give it a chance to accumulate.
And you're saying to us that that's always all insured?
Yes, sir.
Any other comments, questions?
Well, one of the first 2 pages, that's what's generated off the system. It's the same as the treasury report, right?
Correct.
But we'll talk about that again when we get to the treasury report.
Thank you. Victims Assistance Coordinator.
Judge, I gave you all a report that we send to the governor's office each month that has a breakdown of what they are interested in. We took 2 aggravated assault cases in that we paid special attention to, and had 3 cases that involved harassment, terroristic threat, that was not of a physical nature. We did not take those in to deal with them. And let me give you an idea as to what the coordinator is doing in addition to this report, and I did not give that to you because I did not get it. I asked for this and just as an idea as to what's going on. We did a temporary protective order request this week, and the court signed that. We're going to have this hearing in the very short, distant future. We went to the Victims Crime Compensation Board 5 times this month. We assisted a victim in placement to another jurisdiction, and I asked that she log all calls as far as the telephone calls are concerned, and she placed 93 of those calls this month to victims and dealt with victims throughout the month. This is not on that report, Judge. She set up a teen violence prevention for the Kennedy Independent School District and the Runge Independent School District, and she also did victims crime conference that is required as far as the certification is concerned. She completed that. That's just kind of an idea of where we are. The next month, I will have that for you in the form of a second page to the report. Any questions?
Herb, I'm just curious, and I don't know, I'm not sure why I don't know, but probably because I'm done. Why is this handled in your office?
Because the statute requires that I do the victim, provide the victim assistance. The only place the victim assistance coordinator can get information to work off of is out of the files in our office. So everything that she is working off of comes out of our office. It doesn't come from anywhere else.
Where is the statute that requires that to be handled in your office?
I'll get that for you.
If you'll get it for me, I'd appreciate it. We won't have to look belabor it.
I will get it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I have a more mundane question. I understand the need or the potential need for perhaps assistance on aggravated assault, homicide, blah, blah, blah. Why do we need assistance on property crimes and robbery?
Well, because the victim's rights that had never been here before, that is statutorily set out, where we have to contact these victims, see if there's anything that we can do to assist them. There's a Victims' Compensation Act that's available to them. We have to make them aware of that. And legally, we're supposed to notify every one of them when every court day is handled. And all of them get new legislation within the last 5 years.
And this is irregardless of whether the property crime or robbery is solved, or is it?
It's basically, yes. The victim is
Can
there.
I make this retroactive?
I don't know how far we go back, but, I think the act has been in place for about 4 years.
I'm being a little facetious, but I thought those things were a little bit ridiculous to add into here. It almost looks like the bureaucracy is trying to generate.
I think that in the future, what the commissioner courts will be faced with, and what the county attorney and the district attorney will be faced with, is this kind of violence, family violence is going to become elevated up to this level where a lot of the other stuff is going to go down. Now, whether that's right or wrong, that's the question for everybody. But before this system came into being, you can go back and look at the records and realize that 85 and 95% of the assault where family violence was involved in were dismissed because the victim came in and signed a statement that he or she didn't have to go forward with it. And what happens is we turn the victim right back into the impossible situation, i.e. the victim that we were able to assist in going to another part of the state and living to get away from a situation where she was either going to get killed or hit, hurt, or badly. So it's a preventive type mechanism as much as anything.
Whether I believe it or not, I understand the potential need for property crimes and robbery. To me, that's a stretch.
What I'm going to do is get the statutes for Judge Long, and when I do, I'll get them for the rest of you that have to do with the victim assistance coordinator, where it could be located along with the Victims' Rights Act, and I'll get on there.
If you bring them in here, I'll put them all in their boxes.
Yes, we'll do that for the next.
Y'all don't have a copy machine in your office.
Well, we got one.
Did you get
We
one?
ordered one, Judge, and
Well, it's not here yet.
I did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can't
We
imagine
appreciate that.
why you didn't have a copy machine before.
We didn't have a place for it. We borrowed one for a short time.
All right.
Thank you.
Where we are now.
Buildings and maintenance, and we have a report in that file.
Our
we have a report here that Warren Simmons gave me, and he didn't have the report when I talked to him about it, so I'll just go through and read what he has on here. He was directed last month to look at all the buildings and give a report of what they needed, and so some of this is included in here, it's not separated out. Or he has ad hoc water heater and sink in the tax office, so he's estimating that. Repair water line in the old building, so he's got that finished. Paint juvenile building. When he says, this says planned in budget, and I'll leave some painting in that is in this year's budget. And I'm not sure which is this year's or next year's budget. I didn't get that. Good next year. Replace AC at juvenile building. Said it's planned in the budget, there's one that needs replacing right now, and he has one price on it. I expect him to get a second price on 5-ton unit. And he said he thinks there's enough money in maintenance, courthouse maintenance to do it. Needs a new roof on the Falls City building. JP's office, he said the screws are put in the bottom of the ridges in the metal, and it's gonna need a new roof on it. That is not in this year's budget, I know. Need AC for county attorney's office. That's part of this building.
I thought we just bought a portable unit for the attorney's office.
What?
I thought we just bought a portable unit for the county attorney's office.
That's not the permanent fix.
But I thought that wasn't going to be offices once things move.
Need to remove a tree from a special project building. I guess that's Cross Street tree. That's what the building. Need to clean out old special project building. He's working on the special project building, getting the stuff out of there, getting it ready for the auction, taking it over there to make the building on Brown Street. He has completed the office and bathroom at the Rungy Yard. The water testing on this building has been done. We're waiting for reports on it. They tested here last Thursday and Friday. The St. Cecile building said he's got that done. And he needs to add air conditioner to the pumps off the building in the Rungy Yard that he just fixed up.
Where's the juvenile that needs to see? That's,
Actually, that would be for the extension service, I would imagine, unless it's in one of the restrooms, so there'd be a lot of there.
Warren may not know what it's for.
If it's in the kitchen area in that building, it'd be for extension service.
They've been buying the appliances and everything, right, so that may be very fun.
That's in this year's budget. Okay, minor projects, street deck on the annex here. Well, says he purchased the material. Repair roof in the Fall City Court building, pending. He has that in both of them, I think. Lights at the tax office, he's got that completed. Standard air conditioning, been doing that. Fire extinguisher monthly check, that's been checked. Fire extinguisher annual checks, had some inspections on those. And he may have missed some, but he thinks he got all of them. Fixed desk for Sylvan, that's in the Courier's office, he needs to get an estimate on that. Ordered at the tax office in progress. Repair costs of Annex 2, works on those. Repair seating in the tax office. He said that's complete. Light at the Annex 2. He's replaced all the light bulbs that he could find in this building. That he, other than that, I'll report on the,
I think, let me make a comment, I think there's a problem on these lights in this building that some of them that he replaced are already going out or something like that. I'm not sure that's correct, but
I think
there was some kind of problem.
he told me the problem is in the design.
Well,
that they don't come on unless
that would put a big X on this building, what it needed.
enough heat or motion or something. Sometimes they don't come on.
Maybe we should replace a motion detectors with one of those switches.
Well, they're not motion detectors. The problem in here is that if there's too much sun outside, these light dim. So that's why I had to put all the shades down to have enough light in here to be able to see, because all of a sudden it was dimming. And I thought it was motion, so I would get up and nothing would happen. So then Warren came over and checked, he said, no, it's because it's too much light.
No other place in the world like Karnes County.
Do you know where the ceiling repair in the tax office is? Is that the drive-through window area that all the insulation shows? Or is that somewhere else in the building?
I don't know where it's on.
Brenda, do you know?
Pardon, I'm sorry?
On here, Warren he has repaired his ceiling in the tax office. Do you know where that is? It's not the drive-through, because all that insulation's still showing there.
I'll ask them.
Might have been where that faucet was dripping there in the kitchen area.
Well, without asking, we're not gonna know.
I'm not sure.
Might have been somewhere else.
Is it, if he could fix in those tiles in that drive-through area, so
That
that
would be wonderful.
insulation isn't drooping and dripping and everything.
Since poor Warren has some poor wives that work in that building, are there any other things that need issues?
Several things that can issue.
Why don't you parts and the people, you think?
Well, when all the painting was done back, when it was done and it wasn't a good cleanup job, Warren had said he was gonna come in and clean it up. There's still paint splatters on the floor and not cleaned up door frames, baseboards, etc.
Do you have any idea whether anybody's talked to them about those things that aren't taken care of yet?
Well, I know when it was discussed whether to pay the painters or not, Warren said he would come do it.
But it hasn't got done.
I'll get with them. The other thing I want to report that they did start cleaning up the weeds at the jail this week. And they said they had 2 more items before they could send a letter for inspection. They hope it's by Thursday this week they will get the letter from the jail commission inspection. They told me yesterday.
And then within what, how long will it take them to get out? Do they have any idea?
Depends what the jail commission has. Someone come and inspect.
Well, they're not sitting there waiting on us to let them know to come down the yard. And it's gonna take, I understand it's gonna take at least a month, and I'm not sure that's right. But, okay.
Commissioner, you know if they settled the dispute over the survey lines there at the building and also the tower? We were notified last Friday that there was an issue.
I can address that.
Okay.
We met with Mary Ann Thompson Science the other day. We, with the Texas Association of Counties, and she's our human resource consultant. And we, as we did in the February meeting, we addressed with her some of the concerns she's helping us going to draft some policies to correct those items we'll bring to the court. That's all I got.
James, you got anything?
No, just that pile of dirt that we had brought up, digging that pit that had knocked over that fence. Russell's been working on it, trying to take it down. He's gotten about half of it down. We haven't got the fence down, we haven't even touched the fence, but he's slowly just getting the majority out of it.
does it done by hours. That's about it. Anything else?
Pete, did you have anything else to report?
No, that's all right.
Okay. Dave?
Here we go, in your file, you've got a page that looks like that, which is the Karnes County Road and Bridge permits, February 29th, 2016. Total collected for February, 28,510. Collected to date for the fiscal year is $177,370. A lot less than it had been, but still a nice sum.
David, what are the two notations, Alice Escrow? Also, the second and third.
The ones who give a check, she should put heading up here, I'll ask her to do it. The numbers are check numbers. If it says, on this one, sir. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. If it says escrow, Select Energy has two accounts, two escrow accounts, a Kennedy and an Alice. And the Alice, if they draw it against the Alice yard, it's that. If they draw it against Kennedy, you'll know it's Kennedy. The rest of them just have regular escrow accounts, or one of them. And if it's a non-payment, I say non-payment, if it's not a check payment, it's drawn from their escrow. It's indicated in the
I
section.
just didn't know what the Alice
It only defines which yard to pull them.
Commissioners, I think that being we have a new road engineer, just to throw this out there, just for conversation. But, I think we need to utilize him with some of these permitting, reviews on where they actually go in, look at what they're, to verify they're doing what they're supposed to be doing when we issue the permits. And I think, David, you had some work with that, you've had an idea on maybe a better way to address it, I don't know. I hadn't had, not to be Friday to talk to you, but I think that what Twyla's been doing, going out and issuing the thing, and I don't know if we've really been following up on it like we should, just to make sure that they're complying with what they're supposed to do. It's just a comment.
Yeah, I know, talking to Mike, we had a complaint last week from a lady looking to improve her driveway, modify it. So we met with her out there at her property and was able to talk to Mike a little bit as to what the process is. And he was explaining it seems to be confusing and cumbersome, between the two offices, who's doing what, when. So that's something that I put on my list to look at, see if we can make some improvements and make things simpler for everybody.
A suggestion in the filing process of it, I don't know if you have an office space or it could be accumulated, but she suggested or thought, based on the possibility of some of these things being consolidated in next year's budget, that it might be beneficial just to move that office road and bridge instead of leaving it standalone. You might have to take up some of your repair space in the back, but anyway, that was also a thought, is to alleviate the things, to put it under one roof rather than, two separate locations. So,
Right, and that's a possibility. That was one thing we were talking about prior to the meeting. We were looking at the yard out there. I had some concerns of space utilization and all. Working with Warren, I think we're looking to make a presentation to the court here during the budget process as to what we need and how we solve some of those issues.
are you looking at, in terms of space, are we speaking office space, or are we speaking land service space, or both?
I think a little bit of both. I know I've been to I've been to all three. Yesterday we stopped at the Fall City Yard. So I've seen all three yards, and it appears we've got different issues in each one. We tried stockpiling material in Gillette last week, had a truck breakdown in the yard and it shut down everything. So it just, in 5 days, I haven't been able to draw any conclusions or really finalize any problems. It's just something that needs to be looked at and see what solutions we can come up with.
Well, like I said, the thought was that some of this, since Helen, who does the sewers and the floodplain, is already working several days a week, that she might be assigned signs and, move the sign man to the crew or something like that, and she can still continue to do her work because it's not at a real high level as far as permits go right now. And Twyla needs to move over there. That'd be, from my standpoint, I don't have an objection to it. I think it would be probably a good move. And it also gives us a piece of property to sell here.
Right, and that's the thing, both at TxDOT and in Creel County, the engineer had both those sections under, so I'm familiar with all the issues and problems. So I think I could be beneficial to the two offices. We just need to review how it's set up here and how we best to modify it.
What I want to tell you is if you want to deal with two women, you can have the thing. I will not fight you over that. I do not want a domain of any sort.
Well, I have had harassment training already, and so I'm not going there.
If any of you ladies live in precinct 4, that's our commissioner for precinct 4.
Call your suit and turban.
Okay. We're down to item 9, I believe, on the agenda.
That's such a pleasure.
That's all I got.
Yes, sir.
Tax collections for the month of February. M&O, $8,592,259. Year-to-date, $18,934,171.57. For a collection rate of 95.32%. Delinquent for February, $9,585.98. Year-to-date, $43,938.33. For delinquent collection rate of 18.48%. County INS for February, $659,434.43. Year-to-date, $1,453,733.61 for a collection rate of 95.32%. Delinquent for February INS, $864.02. Year-to-date, $4,236.44 for a collection rate of 19.3%. Road and Bridge for February, $1,203,570.76. Year-to-date, $2,652,197.29 for a collection rate of 95.33%. Delinquent Road and Bridge for February, $1,458.98. Year-to-date, $7,255.43 for a collection rate of 18.65%. Rural Fire for February, $437,195.47. Year-to-date, $964,813.84 for a collection rate of 95.3%. Delinquent Rural Fire for February, $570.51. Year-to-date, $3,067.10 for a collection rate of 17.59%. Then in January, y'all asked me about comparing last year's collections to this year. January of 2015, we were at 62%, and 16 we were at 52%, but it's caught up now. The way the end of the month fell, a lot of the January collections went on into February. So, any questions?
Item 10 on the agenda is discuss action regarding the treasurer's report.
Good morning. The balance on January 2016, ending balance for January is $49,546,018.74. Receipts for the month of February 2016, $14,312,175.94. Disbursements, $5,147,390.14, for a total ending balance in February 2016 of $58,710,804.54.
I have excuse me. And that's not picking on nobody, or just a question that I have here. Okay, on yours, Vi, this is your report for the 1st to the 29th, right, February?
Correct.
Okay, the one on this was your report from the 1st to the 29th February? Okay, I went through both of them. You have an actual ending balance of $58,710,804.54. The auditor has $59,544,313.21. I took out the clearing accounts because the Luana didn't have those in there, which was $80,154. It ended up $58,630,649.65. Y'all have a difference of $913,663.56. So I figured that's almost $1 million difference. So I started going through each fund number. I went through every one, and every one is different, but the lateral road fund is the same. The 346, fund 346 is the same. Fund 350 is the same. Those are the only three that are the same at the ending balance. All the other ones are different. On the auditor's
Are
account.
you looking at this report, James? Is that what you're looking at?
Is that, yes.
Okay. Mine was run March 7th at 3:19 PM. What time was Vi's run? It's on the
March
bottom.
7th at 2:36. Are you looking at the outside investments, or are you looking at the total
At
fund?
the actual ending balance.
Okay, I don't get a copy of the auditor's report. Can I look at what you're looking at hers? Because you give them the outside investments, right, Luana?
Yeah, but if he's looking at these, they should be the
I'm
same.
looking at both of y'all's ending balance. Shouldn't they be the same? This one has actual ending balance, this one has actual ending balance. You have two ending balances. I figured that would be the same, and it's from the same date to the same date, the same month. I don't know what difference there is, like within there, but if it's an actual ending balance, let's just pick the general fund for an example. Here's
This is what you need.
yeah, I looked at that one too. Right there. On this one. This one here, Luana, this here, I has pre-trial version of mine here. The constable one maybe was just missed here.
Yeah, but
That's
she's
what
still
I,
here.
that's what I looked at. The ending balance on her was 26. Just to see if it was zeroed out, I went super, on the telephone zeroed out, so I
But you're looking at this reports. You got to compare that report with this report.
on this one right here. This
These
one.
will all,
You don't go to compare with the rest of the board.
I'm sorry, Judge. So that,
you have to compare the treasurer, it's titled My Treasurer's Report.
and
And
mine.
then she does My Treasurer's Report for county funds, and then she does a separate one for juvenile funds.
Right.
So if you compare this amount with that amount,
So y'all's
it's the same.
So y'all's is exactly the same, this one. And y'all, everything's exactly the same.
On this report, yes.
So that there isn't a problem just between the two.
There hasn't been a problem between these two reports because they're generated from the system.
You also have that
She just does it off her computer and I do it on mine. Our system is the same.
on a different day, and I put it off on a different day.
Well, we usually talk to each other, and make sure all checks are posted, all receipts are in before we run our reports.
And that was the deal yesterday, everything wasn't showing up, so we didn't get to run them until yesterday afternoon.
And there were some checks that weren't posted until yesterday morning.
I guess the reason I'm trying to figure this all out, and I don't know y'all's job 100%, but I'm trying to put all these numbers together is because your report's never accepted, but it's matching with hers.
I would like, again, I don't see the auditor's report, so I would have to say yes, because she's running the same reports with the same funds. I run mine with county funds, and she runs hers. Do you put juveniles all together?
I do not, I just run the county funds.
County funds.
Report.
And I run a separate one for juvenile funds, because those are monies that are under our tax ID, so.
What was your ending balance this, for February the 1st and the 29th? The same thing as hers.
For just the county funds?
Okay. And if it's
$58,710,804.54.
So then they're matching.
Right.
System generated fund.
Correct.
Right. But that's only what is in the system, James. There may be monies in the bank that haven't been receipted in our system. There may be debits out of our system for wire fees or for bank transfers or something that for some reason haven't made our system yet. But we match as to what's in the system.
Right. But then we said that if we were gonna come back and change it, we were gonna put it for the next month, if there's anything.
Right, and that's what
So
I do.
we're still doing it.
I run a report from the bank, because we do it online, like Friday, before, the 29th was on Monday. Ran it on Friday to see what was hitting the bank pending on Friday, like we have EMS money that gets automatically deposited in there. Make sure that's received in. If we have task, which is what the health reimbursement. If you meet your first $500 deductible, the next $500 is reimbursed to you through our third-party administrator, so they reduce, or they take that out of our account. I give that to Michelle, because she has to do the journal entries on that. Wiring fees, we usually write a check for that wiring fee, so she can post it in the system, not necessarily give it to the bank. So I try and catch all those, and if there is anything missing, I'll put it in the current month, so it doesn't change my rate. Once I hand this to you, I try not to do anything that's gonna change it unless it's a drastic change. There are some GEO funds that get deposited into our account that we don't receipt in until Michelle writes the checks for those. That's kind of a ongoing conversation with the outside auditors and myself on that, because they think we should receipt it in as soon as we get them in. My response to that is, it looks like we have all that money that is actually the county's money, but when there's no check posted against that $4 million, and we have gotten $4 million, ma'am, from the residence center in one deposit, it looks like we have that $4 million. When there's not a check to offset it, to zero it out, that's actually not county funds. So that's one of the reasons I don't do that. And the 3 accounts that she's talking about that are not in the system, the clearing account, the 2 clearing accounts, and the Karnes County National Bank, that is a discussion with the outside auditors, and I think Luana, I've kind of talked to her about it with us too. They're thinking it should be in the system, which I don't know how we can put them in the system, because it's...
The last time I talked to Caleb when he was here 10 days ago or so, and I sat him down and explained the procedures, he was under the assumption that, okay, he understands why we don't have it in there, because then we'd have double entries.
Right, right. Because you're receiving the same thing twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that'd be really confusing.
How far?
To address the issue with the GEO checks, we can't make those payments to GEO until we know we have the monies and the invoices match what the federal government has wired to us.
Yeah.
But yes, that is a concern of the outside auditors, and I tend to agree with them that anytime we get money in our bank, we need to be receipting it in to make sure that we show accurate monies as close as possible in the system and in the bank. Sometimes that money there was one last March, $2,432.24 or something like that, that came in that we never got a notice from GEO on. And it didn't get receipted for 6, 8 months, something like that.
Because nobody knew what belonged to.
And so then once it was finally found, it got receipted, but that money sat in our bank, and so therefore we could never match system to bank because it wasn't receipted in.
Well, we have returned money back to GEO because we have not gotten a correct invoice or a timely invoice, and Michelle has asked me to ask the bank to send it back. And we've done that once. So, and there has been times that the money is deposited from the GEO that does not match the invoices that she's gotten, so Michelle has to go back and forth with them to correct it correctly. So it's really not anybody's not doing what they should be doing, there's people behind the scenes that need to make sure they're getting done also.
And then there's
on the GEO
also
side.
times that we'll get direct deposits in from the state comptroller's office. We can see it on the state comptroller's website that they've issued the funds. We can see it in the bank if you go and check the internet. But because Vi has not received the actual deposit slip or notification from the bank, she does not want to receive it in until she actually receives that. So there are several differences that can occur between the bank and the system.
And usually on those, if it's the end of the month, I will receipt those in and date them for the end of the month, as long as they're not pending in the bank. Once the bank, it'll say pending, like it's coming in today, tomorrow will be clear, then I go in and I do put those back in to the last day of the month.
How far are we from the auditors being complete?
They are supposed to be back out sometime this week. They've been working remotely. They have to have it completed by the end of March, 1st of April, due to our bond restrictions.
Which day do they have to have? The end of March, the first day of April?
I believe
It
it
can't be
has,
due today.
I believe it has to be submitted by April 1st.
I'm not,
to the SEC.
I understand money pretty good. I'm on the board at the bank, the Karnes County Bank. I have to understand it fair. Don't have any, but I can play with other folks on the paperwork. And I don't understand these problems that we keep having. Now, I don't believe other places do it the same way we do, and I don't believe they have the same problem. I'm not sure what it takes, but, I would sure like to receive a report from y'all where, well, if this happens, we'll be there, and if that happens, we'll be there. That's not much of a report. And I'm talking to both of y'all.
Yes, sir.
Does there a way to create a geo clearing account where you can receipt it? I mean, I don't know. I'm just
Where it's
asking.
separate from the 292 account where it's put into now, where it's not.
It's still going to be the same issue, though. We may have $4 million come in today, and we may not have an invoice that matches $4 million, so we can't pay it out. So it's still going to be sitting in the bank under our ID number, which is going to limit our insurability. I guess we could technically invest it and earn money off of their errors.
And that's been part of our argument with GEO, is getting those invoices to us timely, because our collateralization, the bank kind of screams at us, especially during tax season when we've got so much money in there. Because they collateralize all of our funds, not just mine, it's Brenda's also, and the ones that the district clerk has in there also. So it's, I mean, I was getting text reporting like, you have blah, blah, million. Yes, I know, we're working on it.
And that's another issue why we were able to negotiate a higher administrative fee from GEO, because of the time it involved, but yet we have not received that money yet.
Because that residence center now is about $4 million a month that we get in for that residence center.
And it's not just one check, it's for the residents, it's for the meals, the sack lunches when they put them on the bus, it's for the transportation to the bus. There's like 6 different buildings that we receive just for the civil side.
But are we balanced?
I can't answer that question. I don't see bank reconciliations.
What we have to do is you can see what she's got, you can see what you got, or you can answer the question she has. You know, this is, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing a boat. Maybe I fell off the boat. I don't know. But there's got to be a way we can, we need to get, so we know I'm gonna see so many numbers. I'm more confused now than I ever was. I know I can run the numbers on I know that you got money coming in, and you got a beginning balance and an ending balance, and you got some deposits that cleared and some that won't clear till next month. You got checks you've written, some have cleared, some won't clear. You should be able to have a number somewhere to know if you're over or under. And we still got that number at school at 7,000,000, 65 million, or 5,000, what it was the auditor said for the starting number. I don't know where we are, how are we on that number? Are we above that number or below that number, or are we actually balanced with that number, or, you know, I don't know. Yeah, but you know, you're supposed to be able, yeah, and I don't know if we're at that number or not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe we are, I don't know, but how do we know?
Yes. Yes.
Or what, actually over?
I don't know, I haven't seen bank reconciliations.
I want to ask a question. Are y'all operating under directives by Judge Peoples and the advice of Ray Sampson? Y'all operating the way they told you to? Can we see that directive?
That directive is part of the court order, I presume. And as far as the directive addressed timely depositing of monies, timely reconciliations of monies.
All right, Luana, you tell us you don't see bank reconciliation. Don't you have to reconcile the bank statement so you know if they're right if she shows you one?
I would be able to check first and see if they're right. It's not my duty
Don't
statutorily.
y'all have to work together to do that?
Well, yes, sir, but if I don't get them, I can't check them.
Well, she's supposed to reconcile them and hand you a sheet of paper or what? Don't y'all have to work together to see this reconciled?
It is one of the statutory duties of the county treasurer to reconcile bank statements. At the time when this new account was started and there were still other checking accounts out there, the hot check fund, the county clerk has a cash bond account. Back in March, I issued a memo that all departments, the tax assessor also, that has checking accounts should provide me with bank reconciliations monthly. I have the authority to request any records that I deem necessary to audit. If they're not provided to me, I can't provide an audit or confirm that what is reported is correct.
Are you presenting those to her in paper form, email, or somehow? Are you just saying, I don't have this, you got to get something to me?
I sent a memo out.
I don't know how y'all can resolve this.
I sent a memo out in March of last year to those departments that have or had at that time checking accounts. So everybody got it. Brenda got it. Carol got it. At that time, Dorothy Crabtree got it. That's before we moved it into the operations between the treasurer and the auditor's office to present the bank reconciliations.
Well, we can't just hear the same thing, I don't have bank reconciliations, we can't just say it's valid. We have some matching figures today. And I would suggest that we approve the treasurer's report, she's giving us matching figures. I mean, that's your numbers there. So,
I've never approved them until we get this straightened out. Y'all approve what you want to. I'm not gonna try to defend myself in court of why I approved something that wasn't there.
But like, every month, I mean, I look, just looking at the report a while ago, there was a deal that said, I guess, Luana had submitted, the auditor's office had submitted some information to the treasurer's office, and back in October, I think it was, in a report, and you should get to receive a response.
Well, the first
Why?
email, or the first memo she had given me, I had answered some of her questions, and then she questioned some of my answers. I'll never satisfy her, Shelley. No matter what I do, she'll never be satisfied. She'll continue to answer my questions. She'll question my questions. She'll question my answers. I do what I need to do. I give the county attorney the bank reconciliation, which I'm required to by the agreement that I have. I don't know what else to do. we make copies of the bank statements, they are given to Michelle every month, it's from the very beginning, that's what we were told to do, and that's what we do. She's never asked for bank reconciliation from me before until recently, so I'm not sure why things have changed, but I'm going to give my report to Carol.
Or do we need to just say we're gonna use that number generated as the balance for the month, it's computer generated for the month, and say that's our working number, and then come into the year, and when we do the audit, do we say, all right, we need to find out what happened, or, I mean, we go back to another delta where we have that one number that we're gonna work off of? I don't know. I get a lot of questions from a lot of people. And I understand, each the auditor checks and balances, and each office and collected is their own little entity, but I just, I just don't understand why we can't get an accurate accounting of what we have.
Well, as far as bank reconciliation, Shelby mentioned the delta, that magic number that we're
Yeah.
supposed to stay within zero deviation from. Have you seen that? Do you
No,
know
that's what I'm asking. That's what I asked a while ago. I don't know where we're at. Remember James, I said, I don't know that.
That's why she said we were there.
Yeah, but are we?
I don't know.
I mean,
We
are we
haven't,
plus
we
or
haven't seen
minus?
anything like that, have we? And if we're there, it ought to be there where we can know it.
We should always, that number should always be the difference, and that'd be the zero.
And individually, that's when I quit voting for approval, is when there was a deviation, a substantial deviation from that. And I have no axe to grind with Vi or any of our people or anything else, and I don't think anyone's stealing. I hope not. I think we just have an accounting situation. However, personally, I would like to see what the auditors have to say. And if they bless the thing, and if they can't find any huge problems with it, I guess I can't find any problems with it. We're paying them a substantial amount of money to find those problems, so I personally would like to wait to see for the auditors come in. If it comes in good, I don't mind voting for accepting that reports. If it comes in bad, we need to find out why.
When have they due,
Excuse me?
auditors, outside auditors, when have they due?
They're here, their report will be first thing.
They've been back and forth working on site or working remotely.
And when are we gonna have them, so?
By the end of the month, I hope.
But I don't suppose you have any real way of knowing.
Does the court need to just see, when we have a report, do we want to just see that number, that delta, that number, whatever, 5,007, whatever it is, do we want to see it written down, whether this is where we're at, this is where it is, we should be at this number? Is that, I don't know. I'm really worried about, I know Vi's trying to do the best she can. I've got nothing to just wait. Maybe we need maybe we've got a procedure in place that we're not following. Maybe we're not, somehow we got to get this straightened out so we're all on the same page. That's just me.
Herb, you got any comments about this, or?
It ain't ever gonna get fixed unless I don't wanna get to what really talk to each other. I'm sorry, that's just the bottom line.
We talk all the time.
But if they cannot get together and talk about these issues, like, by seeing a report today, Luana's seeing a report today, I see a report today. And these reports ought to be talked about a week or so ago. 2 or 3 of the commissioners, at least 2 of them should sit down and see what the auditor and the treasurer are doing. It is workable, and it can be fixed if there's anything wrong with it. The figures that Luana is working off of are the same figures that I was working off of. they've got a computer system that's as good as any we've ever seen. It's the Cadillac as far as the county auditing or the county records are concerned. So when Vi brings the stuff to us, like she brought it this morning, we'll scan it into the computer and send it directly to the auditor's office for her consideration. But the auditors should have a report at a time that we can work off of. But you have to question the auditors to make sure that they are operating independent under the direction of the Commissioner's Court. Luana has got and used the same auditors every year. They come up with a set of figures and you start talking to them, and it's hard as the devil to understand what they're saying. You don't have any idea what they're saying. So the bottom line, Luana knows what she's doing, Vi knows what they're doing. If they just sit down and talk about these records and stuff a week or so ahead of time, it sure would help. I think it can be worked out. That's just Hancock, and that's not a legal thing. I can give you the legal responsibilities for the auditor and the treasurer, and I'll guarantee you there's not much difference in the two of them.
Heard you mention that you scan in and send to me via email the reconciliations that you received, but the reconciliations that y'all have emailed to me have not been all the accounts.
All we're getting, we send to the auditor. That's what I would like to see is just.
Well, but you need to be sure that you have all of them, Herb.
Well, all I have is what I'm given. All that needs to be done is, and I don't mind sitting down with Vi and talk and trying to work through these things. There has to be some timely line set to where both officers know what is going on and can ask questions of the other one and make a determination as to what's wrong. And it ain't gonna get fixed otherwise. I'm sorry. But everything we get, we scan it in and send it to Luana. It would certainly help if I would just give it to Luana and they can talk about it. What Luana's got, she can give it to Vi and they can talk about it. And figure out where these problems are. They are fixable. Ain't nobody taking anybody's money. It's just, I'm sitting here and listening to what is happening. You guys know if you deposit a check that's $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 into the bank, they sit on that thing for 10 and 15 days before they give you credit on it. They deal with this every day. You get a $4 million check. If you give credit on that $4 million check and that thing has got a hickey on it, then we're eating it. And so there's a lot to this program that the auditor and the treasurer have to deal with every day. That's just not as simple as it sounds like it is. But the credit issue with the banks is a big issue, I think. Isn't that one of them that y'all have to deal with?
I'm not following what you mean.
Okay. If somebody writes me a check, for example, for $15,000, and I carry it to the bank today, they'll set on that, Wells Fargo will set on that check until the funds, they verify that the funds are available.
Well, but the funds that we're talking about are the big wire transfers in from the U.S. government or whatever. So those funds are available within 24 hours of the time they hit the bank.
And wired may be different, but you've got a span in there of 24 hours that you have to worry whether or not, if it's got a hickey on it, it goes back. And those are issues that are tough issues for the auditor and for the treasurer to deal with.
Lucky for the county, we have had nominal return checks, not anything any size.
But if it we could get a hickey that'd be bad because y'all are dealing with a heck of a lot of money. And Geo is stumbling around and won't pay us. And, you know, I started talking to them about sending us a check for what we're doing because they're working a hell off over this Geo issue. Don't ask me for what time it was, and I'll give you the history of watchmaking. You'll learn just what.
Maybe there'll be a learning process on both sides, sir.
I'm learning every day, Jeff.
And I really hope that we are as a court, but we have a responsibility that I'm never gonna approve this until it's straightened out. And I think the other board members are crazy if they do. But that's their crazy if they wanna do it.
I just think it's fixable.
Well, I happen to also.
It's not.
We're not any closer, it doesn't seem to me, than we were when we started.
We are a lot closer, Judge. We ain't as close, this is as close as we've ever got to solving the problem. And I'll guarantee you that. You don't have to take my word for it. You go over there and look at what's going on in those offices. They are working to get this thing fixed. They're just not working together
I
yet.
don't know how you can tell if you walk in. I go in those offices there.
I'm not going to debate with you over that.
Well,
We're
I
working hard to do
just don't think it's that simple, unfortunately. I know it's not. I understand money pretty well.
I was really green, not that I'm much less green now, when the auditors made their report last year. And I'm kind of like Herb. They talked a lot, but most of what they said went over my head. Maybe was designed to be that. But the one thing that did strike true was that what Shelby called the delta number, that this is the magic number. We can't reconcile this, but it shouldn't change. And like I say, that's the only thing that I have enough sense to grasp out of the whole thing as far as the demarcation of is it right or is it not right. And when that number begins to move, it may be up one month, it may be down the next, but it should nominally stay the same. And when it changed and then did not come back down, but I don't know if it went up or went down, but anyway, there was a significant change in it, and that's basically when I decided that personally, that, you know, that was something that was not quite cricket.
But the question has to be, you know, the numbers. How do they arrive at the delta number? And you have to ask those questions to get some understanding as to what they're talking about. And if you don't have a little bit of background in accounting, it's very tough to pick that up because they talk in German and I don't speak any German. That's an analogy, of course. They do not talk in German. But they're talking in figures that are up here, and the legalistic side of it, they don't address. And so how they get at this delta number is who feeds the information into the system that they use to operate off of. I can go to an accountant and give him a set of information, but if I give him the wrong figures, you know, if I'm not doing something right, or Lamar's not doing something, they may not catch that. So you have to ask the questions after the audit is in. And the delta number is a simple place to start, but you need to back up and figure out how they got to where they are. And that is something that you have to work off of. And it's something that all of you should be present. There should be a workshop, and those folks need to sit down and talk to us in country boy terms, not in terms that, they're not paid to talk in those terms when they come in here. They're paid to explain this stuff to us in a term that we can understand. These people that are doing this audit are sharp as tack, and they know what they're doing. But they can't deliver very well right now. And that's their responsibility is to do that also.
So were you thinking that we have to have a workshop just
I
for
would-
this?
I really would encourage y'all to have a workshop, like Judge Long has had in the past, when these auditors get here, and you ask the questions of this, and let the public come and listen to what they're saying. And all of y'all ask questions of these auditors, and figure out for yourself what's going on.
What I recall last year, the presentation was, I mean, he probably handed us a ream of paper, but his presentation was not particularly.
Well, he did and handed it to us the day that we were having the hearing, and you can't sit here in 5 minutes and figure out something that they've spent a year on. That can't be done.
And that's one of the issues, Judge, that I'm talking about. We have all got to get past, handing out the report the day that the thing is set up. Say, boys, y'all know accounting. This is what it is.
I'm not way that we're fixing to get rid of some of that, and we're working on the budget. We started on next year's budget. And I've asked for the various department heads to submit to us their proposed budget immediately so we can put it in. And those that don't are going to suffer drastically, but that's going to make everybody suffer, unfortunately. But I don't know another way to force them to do it, and I'm going to force them to get budget information in here where we can look at it and do something with it. I mean, we've been sitting here doing this probably the 50-something years I've lived here, and it ain't gotten much better. It hasn't gotten any better.
I think the issue of the audit deserves, and this is just something I suggest, a workshop by itself without anything else, not a budget issue, but just a workshop where the folks that do the audit can sit down at a table and explain to y'all what's going on.
Well, we can set that up. I'm kind of doubtful that it's going to be helpful, but I'm certainly willing to try it and see.
I don't know how to fix it otherwise.
Well, there's probably not another way, than somebody picking up that what they've been thinking and doing is not working and it's not adequate.
That's the reason for the need to question.
But whether they're going to do that or not, what is it? Auditors aren't going to do it. Office holders aren't going to do it, apparently. Or this thing will be fixed.
It's just a thought, Judge. It might work.
It's a good thought, but we'll see. We'll try. Well, we're not making any headway in what we're doing, which is having our meeting this morning.
I apologize for taking your time.
No. You're doing it because we asked you to, Herb, and this, and you chose the office that you happen to be running, and that's an important part of it.
I have one last question, Judge, if I may.
Sure.
Shelby, and I understand, like you said, these numbers, it's just so many numbers, and we don't do the job, and it's confusing to us. And it is confusing to me too, but these reports, the report that you brought, both of the reports, the numbers match. And even if something else comes in, we can't go back and change these, right?
We don't technically close the books anymore like they did in the past, so you can go back and change things, but once I hand my report, I will not receive anything in to that month. I will receive into the current month.
And is that the way auditor's office does it too? If something else comes in, it won't receipt back to this, it'll go to the next one?
Even if by chance there's been a check written, let's say there was a check written February 18th, but Michelle did not get a copy of it, so therefore it was not entered in the system as a reduction of our money. She receives it March 10th in with a bunch of other papers, or when she looks at the bank statement and says, oh, I don't have this one, and then gets a copy of it. We enter it at the time it's discovered, not backdating it, so then you're gonna have issues with your numerical sequence of checks issue, which raises an auditing question, but you just have to be able to document.
But that would just be the numbers of the checks. It wouldn't affect this. It wouldn't change The one from the last month?
It wouldn't change the report because we don't backdate it.
The last dollar amount, right?
But it makes this report inaccurate because money, the report reflects there's money there when a check was written and it's not really there.
But do we need to
So how
go
can that
ahead?
be solved?
Sorry, Jim.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go
Do we
ahead.
need to set a date where we're gonna close the books at the date like we used to, or is that not something you do?
Well, but we aren't backdating anything. If it's dated February 18th and Michelle doesn't get it till March 10th, she posted as of March 10th. But that's what I'm saying. If you don't have everything in and properly recorded, then what the system reflects is not going to necessarily match what we really have at the bank.
So then that's nobody's fault. It's just, it's gonna happen like that all the time? Because if it's a $75 check and it doesn't come in, like you said, it was done on February the 18th, doesn't come in until March the 10th, but we can't receive it back in here, but it's gonna show that we made it, but it's not in here. So it's always, it's just gonna be like that every month?
Well, no, it doesn't always happen. Those
Oh,
things happen.
just every once in a while?
But we got a parking account too, and when they park money,
Yeah.
it technically belongs to the county even though it doesn't leave. So you got a week that laps over from 1 month to the next month, and you got $50 in the account at the end of the month, but you don't write a check on it until the 10th, the second of the following month. That money belongs to the county, but it's not on the county books as such. I don't know how many parking accounts they've got, but I know we've got one or two that we work off of. For lack of that's a country boy term for something a lot more.
So, are you referring to our clearing accounts?
Yes, yeah.
What is Houston and Dallas do with this kind of problem? If they've solved it, we're a bunch of dummies. I mean, that's not what the word I'd like to use, but I won't use the one that's people. This is just crazy to me. I can't believe that they're sitting there, Commissioner's Court, sitting in a meeting this morning having this kind of conversation. It's just stupidity.
And maybe they all work, I know Atascosa works off whatever number they set that date, they generate it off the system, that's the number the auditor uses and the auditor the treasurer uses, and that's what they call their, when I understood, that's their number for the month.
That's
That we need to do the same thing here.
That's
what I'm saying.
most of the counties work that way. But you still have to.
It still has to balance to the number you're using. I don't care.
The reports from these counties that I visited, one page, a half page, some of them, from the auditor and the treasurer. A lot of times the auditor don't even make a report.
Where do we go here from here?
I think we gotta get schooled on this. I think we all gotta get schooled on this. I know I do.
Go to school?
Well, get schooled on is just, you know what I mean, it's just a term.
I'm leaving tomorrow at 1 o'clock to go for 3 days. And unfortunately, it's gonna be a probate school. I'm not gonna learn how to handle money other than in probate.
I've got to get baptized too, but
Perhaps we're still.
But I will be talking to maybe 200 county judges besides just wandering around in my own brain, which is limited. But I assure you, I'm gonna know more about it when I get back.
Maybe that schooling that James mentioned, that Herb's suggestion is still 3 weeks out until the auditors get their report and we have an opportunity to sit down and slice and dice it to try and figure out where the numbers come from. Then perhaps for the acquiescence of the treasurer and the auditor, if there's a better way to do it, we can look at it. I don't know double entry booking. It is a rocket science to me. I just don't follow.
if I did either what Luana or I do, I'd be talking to myself in 2 days. And the rubber rub it.
Well, sometimes you have to talk to yourself to have an intelligent conversation, you know?
Thank you, Judge, thank you.
We have a new one, almost ready.
Okay.
Before we move on, anybody want to make a last anything, statement of any kind?
I just think, Judge, we have to meet with the auditors, like Herb said, and then that way, if there's any questions, if they're smart or stupid, we can at least throw them out there, and that way, you know.
Well, we try to talk with them every year, and I agree with you.
Actually have just a workshop, just with that, nothing else on the agenda. We can
Just to-
concentrate.
All right, we'll do this.
I'll make one comment. I think what Herb said also is until both the auditor and the treasurer try to work together and resolve this, it's not gonna get resolved. No matter how many schools we go to, they need to work together.
We've had this conversation,
I apologize.
I think, before, but I don't disagree with you, Steve, I agree totally. All right, let's move on and get through with this agenda. We'll maybe be through by supper. Okay, that's item 10 that you just left, I hope, for today. Item 11 on the agenda, this what report? We didn't approve. And nobody made a motion, I don't think. Okay, item 11 on the agenda is discuss approve Karnes County Courthouse roof restoration phase 1B, no cost change order. And that's no cost change order number 3 in the honorable rain. Thank you for coming and sitting through our crowd. You're the accountant, are you not, or? No.
I have two change orders. I have the no cost change order number 3, and then we have the deductive change order number 4. And those are finalized. These are the original.
Let's take up both items at the same time, which are items 11 and 12 on the agenda.
So I just handed out 3, and then there's 4. So these change orders reconcile the final book. So we have money left in our contingency, and it's returned. So change order number 3, here, those are 3 copies of 3, and 3 copies of 4. Change order number 3 reconciles back the lightning protection allowance and some things that we deleted when you decided to go back to go forward with phase 2 immediately. There was a temporary roof that was originally in the contract, so some decisions that were made at the beginning of the project, finalizing all of that reconciliation back to the county. So change order 3 is a no-cost change order. It adds money back into our contingency, and then change order number 4 takes the final contingency amount of $17,172.70 and gives it back to the county. So you complete your construction project. You started out at $1,180,256 contract with MJ Boyle, and you're finishing it with a $1,163,083.30 contract with MJ Boyle.
Which is the difference of the 17,172.70.
Yes, sir.
And all of this is keeping good construction and management. We're not making any shortcuts.
Yes, there were no shortcuts made. It was just things that made sense as we got into things. Yes, sir. There were no compromises on value or quality.
It was mainly on a section of the roof where it was in the contract to put the section of the roof in the center where the clock tower is going to go on there. And when they used to put that expensive roof, they can start the next job. That's it.
Move we accept those change orders as presented.
Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor of the two, that both change orders are included in the motion, are they not? Yes. Okay, all in favor of both motions signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign, all voting for. Motion carried.
Okay, did the report want me to give you the update that I received this morning while we were at Commissioner's Court just this morning from the surveyor and the civil engineer at the jail. Okay. When this came up on Friday, we asked for the name of the surveyor that the city was using so that the two surveyors could get together and talk notes and figure out what's going on. We got that Friday afternoon. The judge's office provided that. And the surveyors have spoken. Our civil engineer said that, and this is his email to me, which I've have forwarded to the judge and the sheriff. The surveyor just made a comment to the city manager or to someone that based on where he guessed the center line of the tracks used to be compared to the old right-of-way for the railroad maps, it looked like we were encroaching. He did not do the survey on our side or locate any pins. And so the surveyor and the civil engineer have gone back and said they double-checked and triple-checked our survey is correct. We are working off the deeded information that the city provided when they sold the land to the county. Our survey is based on this deed as well as actually locating the property corners of the field. As such, our surveyor stands by his survey and is certain that our property line has been correctly located. If there's a dispute from the city, then we would request that they put it in writing and provide some documentation, and we'll certainly address it. But they're confident that they're fine with things like that.
Then went off the deed that the city actually gives.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And they double checked that, triple checked that. And then they did send me forwarded some old railway right-of-way maps that look like they support it too, but we really just need, if there is anything we need in writing, and we'll address it, but they stand that the information is correct in our jail.
And the city has a copy of what you got from them?
Yes, sir, the two surveyors.
The two surveyors
Yes,
got
sir.
together?
Yeah. So if they need anything else, we'll be happy to provide it. But
Well, what does the city surveyor say when they
just
got?
that he didn't go and do any shots or pins or anything. He just kind of looked at it and just made a comment that it might be. And so,
Okay.
so but that's where we have in writing what the response is. I did forward it to your office, and we'll be happy to address anything
Yeah, I
if we
saw
need
it.
to. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You don't want to stay for the rest?
No,
We
a
love
marvelous
that.
morning.
You learned some new things, I'm sure. We're, items 11 and 12, we're on item 13 on the agenda. Discuss, approve, disapprove, to allow the office of the district clerk to utilize the microfilm scanning line item, that's 450-4351. A total budget of $33.50 for the hiring of a part-time employee to scan records at a minimum wage of $7.25. I assume that's per hour. For a total of 300 working hours with any remaining balance to be applied to additional hours as needed. And Denise, you want to explain all that too? You know, it's hard. You've heard all this other stuff or somebody. Go ahead.
Currently, we do scan 8 to 5, someone always scanning. With this line item here, I'd like to, again, use it to hire someone to continue to scan. Not cross-trained for any other, just scanning, strictly scanning. Also, it would be.
How many employees do you have
4.
now? And can they all scan? Do they all scan when they're not doing what they do otherwise?
When they're not doing what they need to do, when it's found, e-filing, of course, you know, the walk-ins and all, then that's what they do. It always, we scan again. They always resort back to scanning. So,
With this approval of this, get you assuming there's a backlog.
yes, there is a backlog. And in regards to the new archive building, I can move these once they're scanned into our software system. then I don't have to keep these files in here where I'm already running out of room to the courthouse. These files can be moved into the archive building. I would have to keep the trifolds, the 1800, the first filing with me, simply because, you know, they are not, we cannot scan them. I don't have the equipment to scan them. So it would be easier to keep those and have what is scanned put away in the archive building. And it will be, a station will be provided to the public.
When you scan these, you still have to keep the original record. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
So we're not saving any space, we just gotta have space someplace else.
right. And all the scanned images will be available to the public.
Will this,
I was gonna say, you need a motion to.
Yes.
I just wonder if we have anybody that's within the county government that's kind of got some dead time that we could float over to that guy and hire somebody. And like we do with Ellen right now, she goes to the road and bridge 3 days a week. Does she have to go, or 2 days a week, does she have, can she maybe just go 1 day a week? And maybe the other day or 2 days with her to you and let her, you know, scan those in. I'm just asking, maybe somebody's got another person in their office somewhere, I don't know.
Well, we're gonna be facing some budget cutting problems as we proceed with the next year's budget work. So any way we can save money is helpful. I just don't know if we can't, we can't.
It's just a comment.
Denise, if you utilize this microfilm scanning line item for what you want to, that will impact your budget in any other way, whereas you don't anticipate having need for the money in that account or anything else.
That would be, to replace the scanner, that would come out of my computer expense.
There is also
And
another
also-
option of making this position a contractual position, not an employee position, because since it has a designated time that it's going to be done, it could be contract. But also, if it is set up as a temporary employee, it would not be a participant in the retirement system. It would only be subject to the Social Security and Medicare match.
Like, if it can be done as a contractual, that would certainly be a simpler way of handling it.
I don't know if you could get anybody for $7.25 an hour contractual, where they have to pay 100% of their Social Security and
Are there
Medicare.
companies that do this as a service, where you call them and say, I've got this much I need done, and they'll come in and do it? I don't know,
Have you,
not more, I'm just asking.
A lot more than seven hours.
They're gonna have somebody that's worth more than that, plus travel, plus corporate overhead.
and they're gonna have a guy that sees where they have to come from here.
This is already in your budget, right? It's not gonna affect anything.
Have you got somebody available to do
I
this?
believe so, yes.
You have to advertise for it.
The way the policy reads is all positions are advertised at the state, the venues that they have to be advertised, but you do have to advertise.
If it's contractual, you have to have it.
We're signing on the employee.
But like Ron said, I don't think we're gonna get anybody on the contract with 725, and they're gonna get hit with a 1099. Then I'll make the motion to approve item number 13 as presented.
Any further discussion? So that's based on paying $725, plus they would get what benefits for it.
We match Social Security and Medicare, and we would pay money employment
12%.
Including the Social Security and Medicare, I would guess 11 to 12.
So that would push it to about $8 an hour.
Any other discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign, all voting for the motion carries. Item 14. Discuss the accept donation of $1,000 from the San Maria Men's Club contribution to be used at the discretion of the EMS administrator and the hospital administrator.
Yes, sir. We got a donation of $1,000 from Santa Maria Men's Club. Asked if there's anything they wanted to spend on, and they said whatever, however you see fit. So we want to acknowledge that, and kind of a public thank you to those guys for seeing fit to bless us with a little cash donation. That always helps defer the cost away from the county on some things, and kind of makes life a little better for our guys when we need something. We try to save that money up so that we need it later on down the line to make other purchases or add to other donations that we get. To buy equipment or for training or really anything along those lines.
I move that we accept the donation and acknowledge it to the San Maria Men's Club and thank them for their thoughtfulness. That's what you want to do.
Yes, yes.
Second, Judge.
Is there any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign, all voting for it. Thank you, Denny. The next one is yours also. Discuss accept fiscal year 16 EMS trauma care fund of $6,549 from the Southwest Texas Regional Advisory Council for Trauma. Funds of $300 for STRAC views and $1,600 for the WIP PCR software are deducted from this amount. The remaining balance of $46.49 is to be used at the discretion of the EMS administrator of the division.
Yes, every year about this time we get our EMS trauma care funding from the state. I could go into a long speech about how they figure that out, but we have to send all of our runs are uploaded into a state software data system, and the state has funding, and they say, okay, you did X number of calls, and this place did X number of calls, and they have a formula, and they send it out. For the last 2 years, we've gotten the same amount, $6,549, which was set up by Johnny Smart before I got here with STRAC. But we pay $300 in dues to be members of STRAC. We get our patient reporting software, which is the PCR software. That's our patient care reporting software. We use through their license, and so does everybody else in our region. The dues and the software price are deducted before we get the check from STRAC. So the check that we actually received from them is $4,649, and the general guideline is for us to have that used by June the 1st. If not used, then we have to have it at least say that this is what we're going to use it for, and this is why we have to wait past this date. Which, we're thankful for that amount, and as you'll see on the next one, we actually used that money last year to purchase IV pumps for our ambulances, and so we use it
next item also,
Yeah. Yes, well, the next item actually came out of last year's funds for that, and so, but, you know, that allowed us to have IV funds that we might not otherwise have, and, you know, makes treating patients on a long drive a whole lot easier than constantly pushing medication and trying to keep time with everything else you're doing in the background.
And move that the court would accept these care funds as stated in there.
I'll second it. You want to go ahead and include something that will take care of the next two? We're gonna vote them second to acknowledge them, yes, and all in favor, signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign, all voting for. Why don't you go ahead and, Jerry, you gonna use those funds for these items, or?
No, sir, those came from previous, the number 17, we used, you know, every time I've always brought contributions, somebody's asked me, you know, let us know when you spend it or what you spend it on, so we used $624 out of our contribution bank to purchase a bigger TV for our new station that we use for training, and then of course you could watch it tonight. But we primarily bought it for training, and it works out real well to hook up, especially when we're doing software training, and people have to look at it. So we purchased the TV and the wall mount for the TV out of those funds, to bring that forward and let y'all know what we spent that money. Yes, sir.
That was fun, you said last year?
Yes, sir. Last year's trauma funds.
Do you have a thought that you're going to use
You know, really, we don't. We're brainstorming. We're having a little training meeting tomorrow morning with the guys, so we're gonna kind of get everybody's input to see what they think we might need, and we may have a little bit older equipment that we might need to upgrade. I know that we're getting some money from ConocoPhillips in the near future that was specifically asked for training supplies. So I don't know how much that amount is going to be, so we may wait to see, and we may combine all of this, and we can up our training materials.
Okay, get the act on 16, 17 together. Is there, well, no. Do we need to, you don't think we need a motion? Well, we'll put in the minutes that it will be noted.
Okay.
For
Thank you.
item 16 and 17.
Thank you.
Item 18, acknowledge April as county government month, and declare a week, a specific week in April as Karnes County open house week. For the Baltimore.
The last 2 years, the county has participated in National County Government Month, and we usually, the first year we tried an open house one evening and didn't have much success with it, so last year we just picked a specific week that we declared County Government Week, and we all set up our tables here in the hallway for whoever came in to gather our information on it, and I just wanted a particular week that the county commissioners were interested in declaring that. There's a couple of conferences going on that I'm involved in, the district clerk and county clerk are involved in. I'm not sure about the one at the last week of April. It's the West Texas County Judges and Commissioners Association. I'm assuming y'all aren't involved in that one. So we had talked about possibly April 11th through the 15th as being that week. I'm sorry. April 18th through the 22nd to be that week of County Government Week, and then the 22nd would be the appreciation lunch, and then that's the next item on the agenda. Yeah, it's pretty We just set apart a little booth with our information on what our offices do and just acknowledge it. Not-
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion on item number 19. So,
The 18th
oh,
first.
it's 18, I'm sorry. As she put April 18th to the 22nd as the county government month in the Connecticut. That's the week that we're going
Yes.
This is a week, that's not a week.
the Karnes County Open House Week. So how many days is that?
The 17th or the 23rd would actually be the week.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm just doing the work week.
18th to the 22nd. Those days. That's it.
Any discussion? All in favor, signify by raising your hand. All opposed, same sign, all in favor, motion carried. Item 19,
Yes, sir. Last year, we did an appreciation luncheon, and CAMA had donated $725 towards that. I have not contacted them. I don't know if they're even doing donations anymore. And then Mike Wozniak and myself both pitched in $200 apiece to cover the meal. So we picked the 22nd of April as that day. What we do, we have it here. We had it catered last year, that came in on their lunch hour and ate, and all the department heads gave door prizes, and we gave door prizes, so.
Mike Wozniak doing that out of the personal lunch.
We both did it out of our personal money, yes. Because it has to be out of private funds, it cannot be county funds.
Motion to approve item number 19.
So April 22nd. So any,
Just for that one day.
that's the meal that day, yes. Will be April 22nd.
We can get donations otherwise, we'll still have to pay.
We will get donations first, and then we will decide what we're gonna eat. It could be bread and water, or it could be barbecue.
I'll put it over.
You'll spray for the bread and water? Okay, got you covered. I will be asking department heads, and I will be contacting CANA for donations.
Is there a motion on number 19?
Yes. Made a second.
You made a
Yes.
second, by Chris.
I thought it was Shelby.
If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, show motion carried. Item 20 on the agenda, which is my name, and I have no idea why. Discuss approved time clock, time sheet issue with recorded before end of work week and legal alternatives. The real deal is that those are being done on Friday before the workday is over, and there's not any way you can accurately do it except by illegal way, and we've got to do it another way, as far as I'm concerned. It's good illegal. You cannot clock out, and then get paid for time after, is my understanding. I worked on time clock for Dow Chemical Company, I worked for them, and then I worked for a contractor, electrical contractor out of Houston for Dow Chemical Company. And you don't punch the time clock at a time that's not, when you're leaving or coming up.
Judge, if I could, if you'll remember last week, I had mentioned that and I talked to Vi and to Luana on this. Last week, I was working with Alma when she informed me we were in the middle of the end of the pay period instead of in the middle, as I had thought. And was asking the process of how the times were approved through the manager, and found out that they were not being approved through the manager, it was all being done by paperwork ahead of time, as described there. My use of time clock in Frio County, every manager had to approve every line item of time clock. And this is it's an upgraded system, as you mentioned. but there appears that there is a manager approval for every one of those line items, which after talking with Vi and her staff, I think will eliminate some of their issues that they've had in the past. But it makes the managers responsible for that time. And it also eliminates this issue of clocking out early. So I've asked, and I think we're going to try and get time clock back down to give the managers training as to how that's supposed to work. And I think it will work, solve some of the issues that there are between the time that time comes in and approved for payroll. Because it should all be done electronically. That's what the system is all about.
May I speak? Part of the reason we changed this was because part of the agreement with the county attorney and myself is to get the county auditor 48 hours or 2 business days to approve any checks that she needs to sign. And it was the only way that we felt we could get it done and get it done correctly and get it to her in a timely manner, is to change this to Friday afternoons, having time sheets due to us at 1 o'clock, except for the sheriff's department and the EMS because they have 24-hour or 12-hour shifts. So if this changes, we would have to have everything in to us Monday morning by 8:30 with no changes. And I'm going to put Mr. Stein here on the spot right now. We had 2 of his timesheets that came in that uploaded that had 85 hours on there and 83 hours instead of 80 hours because there was some bereavement paid. So maybe if everybody checks their timesheets correctly and make sure they're not over their 80 hours, they don't give them too much comp time or vacation or whatever, it would help us eliminate it. But it would possibly give us not that 2-day time frame that we have to give the auditor for her to check it. Since we don't get it till Monday morning first thing, we need to give it to her. Like right now, I should be handing payroll to her in order to give her time to look at it. And that could possibly not happen until Wednesday morning. The disc for the bank has to be pushing our extreme absolute luck noon on Thursday.
Well, somebody explained to me, I'm pretty dumb about all of this, how Dow Chemical Company in Freeport, Texas, with 2 big plants there, and all of the construction workers can use a time clock and not have all these problems. And we are 200 employees and don't even use the time clock at the time, I don't believe. And we're certainly been using it illegally. Anybody want to?
I don't know when, I mean, we pay a week behind. I don't know what Dow does, if they pay a week behind, 2 weeks behind.
They don't pay you ahead of time, I guarantee.
Well, I don't know if when you turn your timesheet in, if it was from 2 weeks before, I don't know.
It got picked up after the last day and then I was in the pay period.
And then you got paid the next week for that,
Sometime the next week.
sometimes the next week, okay.
And Frio County is set up the same way. They have time clock for the time calculations, and they have encode for the financial end of it. And
Do we not have Encode?
Yes, we
got
have.
encode also. So
Is there a problem with?
we had everybody fixed into the courthouse by 8:30, 9 o'clock Monday morning, every 2 weeks.
And we can work on getting that way. We can,
I don't understand why we would need to work on it, why we just don't do it.
because if he's talking about a manager's approval button and he showed us where the manager goes in and puts a check on that box, and then the employee can't go back and change it.
Right.
And then the next box, the employee checks and approves that, yes, that's what I worked. And then it gets sent to us. And then, I'm gonna pick on Mr. Stein again, sorry. But we had timesheets turned in by Alma on Friday and timesheets turned in by Mr. Wozniak yesterday, and they're different. They're not the same.
The ones that he brought yesterday were the corrections to the ones
Right.
that we had on Friday.
So they
This
were,
will
Did you
eliminate.
understand that?
yes.
What was your problem?
I understand that now, what he told me, but I understand there were some corrections because he had some people to work on Saturday. So once everybody learns how to use those boxes and clicks and checks, then that would speed up the process.
And it also would lessen the paperwork because everybody would be electronic.
But then again, you have the auditor who wants signatures on everybody's, the supervisor and the employee.
Well, the auditor has a job to do that
Right.
she's doing, and you have a job to do
Right.
that hopefully you're doing.
Right.
And they don't
And
cross paths. They cross paths, but your job is not her job, and her job is not your job.
And we have, that is the signatures is what's required. And I know like he's got some people that work Tuesday through Friday, so we know Tuesday morning is when they're gonna sign their timesheets. He's got people that leave Friday that don't sign their, or he signs their timesheets or one or the other. So there's a little bit of lag on when we're actually gonna have signed timesheets.
But then if you're using the system and the manager's checking off on the time and the employee's checking off on the time, that is the electronic signature that they've accepted those times.
That's what I was gonna wonder, or ask about, is if you have an electronic system, do the managers who are approving these things have an in code they can put in, or that they put in? Somehow, there has to be some security that these people are checking them off, that the employer is checking them off. Is there what the...
Correct. No, the managers have their input into the system. The employees do not necessarily have the same authority in the system as the manager.
That's...
Okay, and so that's why, with this being a different system, different upgrade than what I had 6 months ago, I'm not sure how this one, where it's all at. And that's why we need to have time clock, again, show us where that is and how this upgrade is supposed to work, which I was a little surprised they hadn't done initially, because that was the big thing with time clock. It's all electronic. And it's just simply a matter of going into the computer and knowing where the correct data was.
Well, if these managers that are approving these things can be, I don't think the right terminology, but that it can be substantiated that they are doing it electronically, is that acceptable as a signature?
Yes, that's what I just said.
That's what I
Employee
thought.
and manager have checked off, that's the one that's with the electronic
Okay,
signature.
and if you get the stuff by noon on Monday, can you make it?
There's no way I'll move it on Monday. If we don't get it till Monday at 9 o'clock in the morning, there's no way to give it to her by noon on Monday.
There's been times that because of different glitches that have happened with the cycle that I don't get it until Wednesday morning, but we still make that noon on Thursday. I may be driving, get there by noon, but it happens. We have not missed a paper.
Well, I was remembering that I said you needed 2 working days to work on it, and so it
Well,
was...
that's preferable because I have other things I do too.
I understand. But, okay, so,
We make it work.
okay.
It may involve extra hours or longer hours, but we make it work.
That's all.
But if we can get where it's just all uploaded from Time Clock Plus into Encode, and Encode does everything that it's supposed to do, it'll shorten the process tremendously.
And Dale, you're looking at getting Time Clock Plus to come back, for lack of a better term, have a workshop or have a...
Well, somehow or another, with this software, you can't assume that you're doing it correctly unless they tell you this is how the system is set up, and this is what you need to do as a manager to make it work. Or we're just guessing, and it may or may not fix the issue.
We've never used those manager buttons before, so, and what we did the first time with Time Clock Plus, they did like a remote training where we had set up 2 different time frames, and we went to the juvenile probation office, and we had the screen up there, and we called them in, and he showed us how to do everything. We're working with them to do the same thing, or if there's online training, for the managers to go on and do it like a webinar kind of thing. We are working with Time Clock with that.
Show up, flash, nobody knows.
Well, it's probably this, and we have unlimited technical support with them through our contract. Each year we pay a fee for that, so I'm assuming that they're going to tell us, well, we can do it remotely, but it's going to cost you, but here's a webinar you can go to.
But the reason I ask that is, and I'm thinking about Dale, is perhaps some of his people may not be as computer literate like you as some others, and if you have a warm body showing you, sometimes it's a little easier than trying to do it on the computer, and it may not be good.
Yeah, because his employees, for them to, employees to check it, they're going to have to be on the computer.
Well, that's why I want to talk to Time Clock, because, and again, it's a different system. That's why we need to talk to Time Clock. Frio did not have the employee do anything other than clock in. That was it. Now, after the fact, once the manager had approved it, we printed the time sheets and did the signatures, after the electronic copies that had already gone to the courthouse and were being processed, then we followed it up with the paperwork. Because once the manager reviews it, there were very few changes to be done, because you have to look at every line, and that's where the issues, the problems we had Friday would have been caught had Alma and I been looking at every line rather than a whole 2 weeks of just on a piece of paper. You have to check off on every line.
We say managers, that would be your Alma's responsibility, or that would be your lead man?
No, you usually try and limit the number of people that are doing that. Now, with mine, the sheriff, and the EMS, where we've got 15, 20 people, we would use the office manager, Alma, to take care of most of the employees, but then I took care of the managers. So you're not checking off your own time. Okay, so over there I had 5 that I had to take care of. And my Alma over there took care of 18. But she would check them off, and if she had any questions, then she would be talking to the employee directly.
We could use electronic signature as a paper copy and do away with this mess. That would save a huge amount of deal. Because right now what we're doing is I do all the time sheets. They go to our case manager. She also puts all the other stuff in there. And at the end of the day, they go to buy. If there's a mistake, the employee signs, they go to her. If there's a mistake found, they come back to us, sign again. If it goes back, and it just constantly back and forth, back and forth. You spend a half a day or a day just doing timesheets on paper. It's a waste of time. So we could do it electronically. I take 2 hours out of my Sunday every day in my own time, and I go line by line like Dale's talking about, and I electronically check all of them. So if we could activate that feature where the manager could do that, that would be great. And a lot of this mess would go away.
And
If we want to be
it may be
okay.
a mixed issue. Most of the people here in the courthouse have access to the computers and are well trained on it. Where my maintenance guys, I can tell you there's several of them that don't even know how to turn it on. And we may have to come up with the alternative with
So we do a-
signatures later, but that's why we need to know how the system is designed to work, and we can modify it if necessary.
We do remedial training with each one of our employees, because we do have a few that are not computer literate, but we sit down with them and show them exactly what to do between the managers and us. And once we do all the stuff, it goes to the sheriff for his approval and signature. It's not like we're signing our own timesheets. So there is some oversight over it. But it would be great if we could get that done. That would eliminate all these problems.
Our system is the person or persons that deals with time clock.
Elaine?
Elaine and myself.
Why don't, just a personal suggestion from one person, but I think you probably need to, I really think you need to face-to-face with people, even if it costs a little bit.
Well, we're talking to, we're trying to get payroll finished,
I understand.
and we'll talk to, we are talking to them.
We've got 2 weeks before we run into the issue again.
I mean, it may take a month or two before you resolve the whole thing, but we need to step forward to begin the process of accomplishing what we need to do.
I'm going to set it on the next agenda again, and that'll be 2 weeks or a little more.
So, Judge, are you gonna have a budget workshop next week?
I don't know if we got one scheduled or not.
Yes. Can we put it on then? That way,
Well, will y'all be ready? I'll put it on for a meeting.
okay. Okay, the 31st. Okay.
We'll do it quickly.
If they can come sooner, then we may be able to.
You can say
make
put it on
Okay.
budget for next week.
It's more their schedule than ours, so.
If it's ready to go, next week, we can get it on the agenda and taken care of. Okay, item 23 on the agenda, discuss this approved budget workshop schedule, calendar, and specific items, including staffing. Well, I'm trying. 21, discuss and acknowledge notification of the Texas Department of State Health Services of the Zika virus actions recommended to be enacted by communities and individuals.
Zika virus, as y'all know, is something that's been taking up a lot of time in the news. The Department of Health has listed out some measures for local community leaders to protect communities from the Zika virus. Commissioners, y'all have a copy of the letter. And there's also measures for preventing mosquito breeding. So there's a lot of things that we can do to help get the word out to try to, minimize the impact of these mosquitoes. I gave a copy to Dale, and so out in the county, they can identify areas if we need to do something. I think I sent the sheriff a copy also. They can look for illegal dump sites and things like that. Tires right now is a big thing that breeds mosquitoes. This past weekend with the hazardous waste site collection, we collected, and I want to thank the road and bridge guys for coming and helping us. It was a big help. We collected 3 vans full of trailers of tires. And one guy actually, and this was through Sarah, but he ended up bringing probably 30 or 15 or I don't know how many it was, big tractor tires. We don't take tractor tires, but they made an agreement. So I talked with Sarah, we're going to live for the future, but we collected 3 vans full of tires, and that stuff that was laying out, people had picked up, some they stored, I don't know, but I'm going to ask that, I just received a poster for the Zika thing, so I'm going to try to make some copies, get them put out, and maybe put them on the website as well. And I'm going to work with the Extension Service and see what they can do to help get the word out as well. The Zika thing is going to be like the next swine flu epidemic that's going to happen. It's a bad deal. Thank you.
James, pardon me for not knowing, but we kind of fire trailer for doing it. We take
We used to have one, but Liberty said they weren't gonna keep it there anymore since it would take us almost a year to fill it up and they were losing revenue on it.
J&M, I think we can talk with them, might be able to cut us a deal. That's what Wilson County does, they keep one in their yard all the time there. When they get it full, they call them, come get it. I don't think they pay a monthly.
Yeah, remember you had mentioned to call J&M and I talked to someone from J&M and they'll also charge a monthly fee for that.
Because I was
We're looking at that at Road and Bridge to see if we've got a trailer that we can. Because my guy, one's throwing them when they're on the ground. We're gonna see if we've got something that we can provide after you all.
Because we're gonna have another collection probably be in November. But we cleaned up those tires that you had.
Yeah.
We had spoken about that, maybe we can get together, figure something out, so the county guys go out there, they can actually load them up in the trailer, and they don't have to double work.
And that's the whole thing, if people would bring tires to the facility over there, they want to dump them, we have to go take them, you go put them in that trailer yourself. We should.
That might be a liability, maybe the people that take them there, we could dump them, when the county guys come in with the other tires, there's 4 or 5, they can just toss them in there too. I don't know.
Start something in the trailer, somebody's gonna fall out the back.
Yeah, it's too high, it's too high.
Well, they could at least throw them in the trailer and then we could roll them, we could stack them inside, but not just to throw them on the ground and have to throw them back up in there.
Just pick them up and roll inside the
They
trailer.
can roll them to the back.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, you all have a trailer there, but I assume it's being used for storage, isn't it, the van or the larger yard over here?
The one that's in the back there right now, I haven't looked inside, but I've heard them say that it's got stuff stored in it.
We'd have to be careful, we had our own trailer because it would be a generator, and we'd have to have inventory control, and we'd have to have a shipping manifest probably and all kind of stuff.
Well, I think it's the storage we provided for these pickups.
Well, yeah, that way, but if
There's
it's,
something to look into.
yeah,
I understand
exactly.
what you're saying.
I don't know if Bill kind of still does it one time a each of their different precincts, have a trailer. When they, I don't know anything about legalities. I approach this hook onto it, take it up there. When they get filled up, they hook the truck to it.
I know in the Frio we had paperwork to every time we had the haul number. We did. DCEQ wants to track them, know where they're coming from. But I let them do the paperwork. I don't know exactly what all this.
That's been some time ago.
Discuss acknowledge appointment of elections administrator and resolution from the elections committee by mayor. Do you have the name? Suzanne or Suzanne? Suzanne Young. And where was she from? I don't remember.
Brown.
Had been the elections administrator in Brown County, but was no longer employed. If I understood, she wasn't still working, was she?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
My understanding
Willing to relocate, I think.
Long enough to get a new job. Sure, as I'm sitting here, that's what's gonna happen. But I'm the only one who voted for some higher. So we have one.
It was a majority vote.
Well, it was 4-1.
No.
What do you think?
But it was a majority vote.
Well,
That's how we had to vote.
it's hard to teach people when they go to see. They're a stepping stone. All right, that's okay.
Do we have to look for the motion after the person in the position? Is that what we're doing today?
Just say no. It's just an
I didn't say that on this item,
Thank you for that.
so I don't think it's good that this was acknowledged.
So we
Talk about it.
acknowledge and offer this lady the position. Is that the next step? She's been on.
I thought you offered something there.
All we're doing is saying yes, you hold it. So,
Don't need to.
There's a resolution that needs to be signed by the Commissioners Court.
There's the appointment.
Nobody showed
The
it.
resolution is signed by the Commissioners Court.
There's an appointment, but I didn't think there was a resolution.
I think the appointment was by the commission, one or the other, I'm sorry, I may be having it backwards. One is by the commission, and one is by the
This
Commissioners
item
Court.
on the agenda says discuss and acknowledge the appointment, and that's what we've done. If there needs to be something else, we need to get it to our secretary and get it on the agenda, and whatever we need to do.
Does the commission needs to create the resolution?
I'll look at this.
I'm not sure that there was any salary set? Was their salary set?
Yes, sir, there was. Let's see, I don't have that with me, whatever the midpoint was of that salary survey.
This is the dumbest place I ever saw, and I'm part of it, I suppose, that we set a salary range of a low point, a midpoint, and a high point, and hire somebody, and always it's at the midpoint. Or it seems like always, and I'm probably exaggerating, but the reason we have a low point and a midpoint and a high point is to guide us in making that sort of thing, and when they go to work here, they ought to be at our midpoint for at least some period of time, so that we can get rid of them if they don't turn out good, and how do you apparently have never worked people or hired people or had to keep them when you need to fire them.
I'll say last year during the budget workshop, that it was action of the court that all beginning salaries would be the midpoint.
The court's done too. You excuse my French.
The minimum was done.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense. If you've got a minimum and a maximum, then all you do is somebody, and maybe I voted for it too, but it's a dumb decision to do away with the minimum.
With this year's budget, we might want to say that any new hires are at the minimum point.
I would probably ought to say,
We've already done that. You don't have that.
I thought the midpoint was just for I think that was just to compensate, I don't know. I thought we just said that was just for the current employees, and you hire would go back to where the.
No.
Actually voted that the midpoint is now
Where they are, but I mean, it would, regardless of what was done last year, any succeeding actions on the court negates what's happened in the past, or can be set up in such a way that it would negate it, and perhaps, like I said, at this point in time, given the economy, given everything, it should be looked at. I'm just throwing it out there, I'm sure it can.
Big gun or little gun?
you like this to death or slow death.
Give you a knife, Commissioner. Give you a knife.
I'm not talking about trying to take anything away from anyone, just that kills morale. You usually get a lot of fuss at that, but you always have the opportunity to draw a line and say, and start from that point.
Governmental agencies should be run with the same care and attitude that they run a private business for, in my estimation. But that's just general social comment on governmental things. All right, anything else on that before we move on to 23, discuss, approve, disapprove budget workshop schedule, specific items including staffing open positions in the current year's budget, office space, planning and agreements, /agreements, and draft budget proposal for 2016 and 17. We have a proposed calendar.
That's 2000 last year's calendar.
Yeah, from last year that I don't want to start with, but we can use it as a step deal. It started supposedly on April the 30th last year, and then it skipped to July the 25th, and on July the 30th is August, and it had to be done by September the 1st, or no, not by September the 1st, it had to be at least by October 1st, I believe. And we're going to start right now. And the next meeting we have is going to be a budget workshop. And so all of the office holders and the people who have offices and people working for them need to plan your next year's budget, and almost surely we're going to have to lower the amount of the budget, and while that doesn't have to come from salaries particularly, that's by far, I think, the largest part of the budget. And we're gonna take a look at them. I don't wanna cut anybody's salary, but, and probably won't. But if I were running my own business, which I did for 50 years as a lawyer, I never hesitated to do what was the right thing to do for my business. And if it included cutting salaries, if they wanted a job still, that's what we did, was cut salaries. It seems to me that a governmental entity shouldn't be any different, although I understand, I'm not blindfolded that nearly all of them are. But I can still feel the way I feel and say what I think about it. And that's what I'm doing. So, with that said, we need to look at your calendars and let's set.
We've got 2 dates already set, Judge, March 17th and March 24th.
For budget workshop.
Those are the
Yeah.
Thursdays. And then that next Thursday on the 31st. is
Wait a minute,
Commissioners'
said again, March what?
17th and 24th.
All right, go ahead.
At 9 o'clock.
And then you started to say something else, I think.
And then, of course, the 31st is our regular Commissioners' Court meeting, that next Thursday. So I don't know whether you want to tag along a workshop after Commissioners' Court meeting. Given today's agenda, we would be here until supper time.
Well, I would say at least after we have a chance to eat lunch.
So we can tag a
And
budget.
there's no reason why we can't have an all-day meeting that I know of.
Okay, well, we can tag along with the Commissioners' Court for the 31st. And so that's for March. And I guess at some point at those meetings, we can set the April dates.
Again, I'd say as much as possible, we double up on the weeks, we have regular meetings, it will help me, but I'll do whatever we got to do.
Well, those two, 17th and 24th will not, and 31st will. Well, I'm certainly going to schedule a final hearing when we approve the budget, the proposed budget of, so everybody can be there, but I'm hesitant to limit us, although I'll put as many days that anybody suggests. We're just gonna have to meet and work on it, and
Let's do the end of the month, like Mary said, and see. what
do
we
these
accomplish.
March and see how it works, and then we'll see. I'm hopeful that we can, and I would say to all the department heads, most of which may not be here, if you've got a budget, or you better have one and bring it to us and let us prepare and present it to the court, because we're not gonna be changing them at a very late date. If we change them in late August, it's gonna be over my dead body laying in the door over there. That's crazy to wait that long on a budget this size.
Can I
So,
suggest that you have all departments have their request in to your office by the 15th? So
well,
that when we
yeah,
start on the
we've,
17th.
I think we've contacted everybody, have we not? How many can we?
You've got a copy of that sheet right there, the budget, and it has the ones that are missing.
Here it comes. Well, this is right here.
I highlighted on his packet.
Okay, all right.
Luana, have you had a I mean, when will we know how we finished up our budget versus our actual?
From last year?
Yeah.
When the outside audits
When
complete.
they get through? And then there's, okay, and then,
We could know where they are today.
Well, when the independent auditors complete the audit, they do all the bookings of payables and accounts receivables, and they can't complete that until after they finish all their auditing of the fee collecting offices.
And how is it that, I'm okay, whenever we do get that final number, if we're below our budget, hopefully we'll come in, lower. Now, the money that's left over, how does that get accounted back into the general fund? Is it,
The amount of money that's left out of the general fund budget goes back into the general fund unencumbered funds.
but,
The money out of road and bridge goes back to road and bridge. The money from library goes to library.
but is it accounted for like, this is budget year X, Y, and Z, whatever it is, it's as a entry into the general fund, or it just never comes out?
It rolls into it when you close the year.
But it's noted that way?
It's not noted
Oh,
as fiscal year, whatever.
That's what I was wondering.
It's just one lump sum.
That's what I was wondering, okay.
I was just looking at the information we have in the office here, and I've asked my secretary to call everybody that would be a department head. And, let's see where we are, and we have, I believe 30 that we should have proposed budgets from. And we have them from 20 and do not have them from 10. And I can assure you, if you don't get them in here and you know whether you've gotten one in here, if you're a department head, and if you got a friend that is, you might tell them what I'm saying. Their budget's gonna take a beating of the ones that come in late. We're gonna be working on this and working on it seriously from now on. And it's very important that everybody get their proposal in, and we're gonna be looking at budget, reduction this year, I can tell you right now. There's no question, it doesn't matter whether I'm in favor of it or against it, it's gonna have to be done. And, so you better get your budget request on in the office here.
Judge, are we gonna have like a schedule of who will be, which departments will be discussed and that type of thing? Or do you just want everybody in here every time?
It would be my, recommendation that everybody be here every time until you get one approved. If you want to protect it. And I would hope that we could, I don't think we can let you go and say, well, you don't have to come back until we complete the budget totally.
Yeah, no, what I was referring to is like last year, we kind of knew which departments were gonna be discussed on that particular
We
day.
may try to do it that way, let me
Okay.
see how things go, but we will be starting, I assure you, this month.
Okay.
Who does the IT budget
So be working on your, let Shelby know, so he'll know. All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Have you followed up, or maybe it'd be better to ask, would you please follow up on the ones that have not gotten us anything yet?
Yes,
Please.
It was only on 3 or 4. There wasn't that many that were missing.
I was gonna say,
Was JP one?
I have, and maybe I've gotten some since then, I have JP1, JP4.
Yeah, no, those are probably in your
James,
box.
you get yours in?
Yeah, I'll get it in right now.
Okay, I'm not fussing at you, I'm just.
Oh, yeah.
Waste recycling, constables, all 4 of them, highway patrol, county commissioners, IT, and who does health and welfare?
Yeah, we've basically talked about
So,
that.
yeah, we don't change that.
Any other suggestions about the
Well,
budget?
I think when we start doing the budget, we ought to look at,
We're starting.
well, I mean, we're started, but I'm saying when we start bringing everybody in, I think we need to look at you've got, like, bring all the law enforcement guys, EMS, and, one time, they can have their own little certain times. Road and bridge is gonna be a biggie by itself. The other offices, all the JPs, bring them in at the same time, and then all these other offices can come in, accordingly, that way we're not jumping everything which way.
just try to have some type of a structure to where we're gonna push this thing through.
We can touch on this. I realize we can't take any action on it till it's one related to the election out of time. You gave a copy of yesterday, Judge.
It's not on the agenda.
Judge, we had one question related to that item before we move on, if you don't mind.
On the budget item?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Under, you had office spacing and planning agreements there under the budget, but when we get ready to move to the new jail here within the next, hopefully a few days or whatever, the county previously contracted with the Gerloff company when we moved out of this building. So we needed a little guidance from the court on how y'all wish for us to move everything out of these other buildings, the container audit. Do you want to use county employees, or do you want us to get an outside firm to do this? Because I don't know, Mr. Hancock, but the TAC insurance paid for it the first time. But this time we have stuff in those containers, we have stuff in the trailer, we have stuff in the old jail, this building. So do we want to use county labor to do that and risk someone getting injured, or do we want to hire someone to move it over there?
You have an estimate, Robert, based on what they charge per person?
Mr. Hancock may know that. I don't know. Do you know what the Gerloff company charged to move all that stuff out on top of your head?
They sent us a
No, that was direct to tax, so I have no idea what the charges were.
Somebody called Jack and found out.
Gerloff's not really movers.
They moved all that
They
stuff.
moved it because they had to because of the situation, but I wouldn't think they're bonded or anything for.
Gerloff was a restoration company, and they just did this as a
Their mediation.
part of their.
Mediation.
Robert, why don't you contact some insured bonded movers and get them?
Is that okay with the court? Y'all wish, or how would y'all wish us to do that?
To contact them and find out.
Yeah, and then we can make a decision based on what they tell us, whether we're trying to do it ourselves.
Does anybody know any contract movers in this area? Have y'all had any experience with any of
I
that?
guess you're gonna have to ask yourself, what do you have in those buildings that you want to keep or not?
Well, what I'm talking about is the desk and filing cabinets and all the stuff that came out of this building right here, along with all the other stuff. The other stuff in our own deal, we'll handle that ourselves, but
There are a couple in Victoria, one in Beeville closed, they're not there anymore.
Will those desks be moved?
I'm sorry.
Those desks don't have to get moved.
I'm talking about the stuff that's in the container. There is some desks, chairs, file cabinets, all of that stuff in those storage containers that came out of this building.
Yeah, but does it need to be moved to the jail? Or don't
Absolutely.
y'all have new furniture
We
over there?
do, but we'll have all that, that's in addition to it, see?
Well, don't have to stay in this building?
Yeah, because it was specific to the building.
I'm talking about the filing cabinets and everything that's in that deal came out of this building, has to be moved to the jail.
Well, file cabinets, yeah, but the specific modular
Right,
furniture.
they stay here. Yeah, but we have some.
You kept on saying desk, and I was just.
Yeah, I'm saying we have some additional desk and items that need to put, that are already in the storage container that came out of here.
On the storage container that we have behind the jail, that one that was there at first, it's gonna stay there, correct? The storage container that's there behind the jail that has to
Do
stay.
y'all want that to stay there or turn it back in?
It wasn't the county gonna,
Paying $95 a month on it?
Yeah.
okay, so, wasn't you that said to hang on to it, don't? Somebody, one of y'all told me not, once we got through with it, to leave it back there.
Okay, they said they were gonna get the stuff out of that building, across the street, put it in there, until they had to say it. That's what we're talking about, they're taking that stuff out now, and that's what they're gonna do.
There's a bunch of chairs, filing cabinets, boxes full of stuff, files, all of that stuff that needs to be moved. Not so much desk, but I'm talking about everything related to it, so.
What are those files and stuff, you have it in store and contained for a long time, so those stuff you still need or just stuff that?
This is working file, Shelby, to your records, yeah, all our current stuff.
Robert, the company that moved the offices into this building, I think was out of Victoria. I can't remember their name, but I can probably find them. They were really good. I mean, they moved all of the files and everything. They wrapped it all before they even took it out of the building and moved it They
They
were
were
a
after our
commercial.
filing cabinet.
They did, they were a commercial, I couldn't find a name for it.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's all right with the court. We'll investigate and report back to y'all.
That's at least a couple.
We've got, like, y'all got a lot of stuff in that, y'all got some stuff in that storeroom over there that just junk that was put there.
Been there for 20 years, Sheldon.
I know,
I
but
worked
it's-
here
but
in the
it's
county.
there.
That old junk has been there for 20
But
years.
it's sheriff's department junk.
Absolutely. And it needs to,
And-
most of
and
these
y'all,
guys are.
y'all go through there and look at what you wanna keep, if anything. Because some stuff has been, we went through there the other day, and there's a lot of stuff in there that,
We've already looked at that stuff, Shelby's nothing but junk. It needs to go in, it needs to go in the dumpster or be destroyed where it's nothing but junk.
You don't want anything out of it.
That, I've looked at it, and the sheriff and I looked at it a while back,
But
nothing but junk.
yeah, but we looked at it the other day, and we found a lot of stuff in there.
20-year-old junk, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And then we also have some over here in one of those containers also. Old junk, old computers, all kinds of stuff
All
like
the
that.
stuff you don't want, we need to get over to that other location so we can get it all and we can categorize it and have it ready, deem it surplus and have it ready for the sale. So whenever you start moving whatever you don't want.
You're talking about stuff that would be resellable or just junk that needs to be destroyed?
Well, we
Or
have to,
both?
we have to deem it surplus and put it in the sale first, and then if nobody buys it, right?
Junk.
We'll have to pull the hard drives out of it.
Yeah, because I know there's computers over there, and there's some here, and there's old police lights from a long time ago. Yeah, old things.
If you do have desks in that trailer, I know Road and Bridge was looking for some, so.
I'll see what's over there, and that has our name on it, plus what we have, so.
And they got these bookshelves, I know the little way station is looking for some bookshelves.
I know we do have quite a few of those, but they'll probably go to the new building, because when they designed that building, there's no closet space at all in any office. You have nothing, no storage at all, in any office. So, we'll have to use those bookshelves. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I think there also was some, on the office space agreement, on the 17th, we'll have to talk about some of that, because there were some agreements made last year during the budget cycle about the movement of offices. We've also had a dialogue with DPS in terms of swapping out the elections office with them, and they're amenable to that. So we'll have that dialogue on the 17th on office space.
If you're gonna move into that down there, or if you're gonna move in this year. Well, we're gonna take.
Just saying.
We're gonna take another look at all this, and nobody has any rights to anything at this point, as far as I'm concerned. I wasn't here part of it. I feel the need to do the best I can do, and I would hope everybody else feels the need also. So, anybody else have anything else before we adjourn?
Pay the bills, pay the bills.
Okay. You want to pay it? Well,
I think we gotta look at it first, you gotta revise them on this one.
I suspect.
Okay, the regular bill cycle, if you will turn to page 7. Oh, let's go to 6. I'll point out some items of interest. The bottom of page 6, the third from the bottom, $1,055.60 is district court appointed attorneys. The next item, 2100. Page 6. Third from the bottom, $1,055.60, district court appointed attorneys. The next item, 2100, is county court appointed attorneys. The next item, 600, is juvenile court appointed attorneys. On page 7, Line item 100, 500-0904, EMS facility. This bill's 7. This bill cycle contains $1,744. For the jail facility, this bill cycle contains $41,978.37. The fifth item from the bottom is road materials being paid this cycle, $226,167.26. The third item from the bottom is contractors and equipment rental paid in this cycle, $58,297.50. On page 8, first item, heavy equipment repairs, $8,704.13. Next item of interest, $2,886.50 as miscellaneous for road and bridge. Of that is the cost of $2,872.50 for relocating the awnings from EMS to road and bridge. The total for this cycle is $371,219.49. So that's the total of the cycle. That's everything. Not just road and bridge, but everybody's.
Was Jay Settlemeyer one of our autopsies?
Yes, sir.
It's on the second page, $600.
That was the transport fee to and from the MD's office.
Price. Under the courthouse maintenance on page 3, Home Depot Credit Services, I'm assuming this is more kitchen items for the home
Yes.
kitchen department.
Correct.
Robert, excuse me. What kind of, y'all bought a surveillance camera?
Yes, sir, we bought one from a company because we budgeted for them last year. We have them in the budget. We had a total of 6 budgeted. But the company we were getting them from went out of business, so we found a new company. So we just wanted to buy the first one to make sure it's going to work properly. So we have 5 more that we're fixing to order. So yes, sir. This DIY, I bought that on my own credit card because we did not have an account set up with them. So that's why I'm asking to be reimbursed for that.
Did we ever y'all ever buy a camera to put on the road to observe people dumping?
Yes, sir, we did. And that's being utilized as we speak.
I have the same question.
We have several up in different locations. That one that we talked about, the San Antonio River Authority deal.
Yeah.
That's one of the sites.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
You've gone already, but this probably is more table than it is for tomorrow. But I noticed we got B&G Materials on County Road 115. And Mr. Hall had been grumbling about using caliche instead of crushed limestone because the road was destined for crushed limestone. So it's just a FYI to figure out what I'm talking about sometime.
In the budget, it was proposed as one of the limestone roads, but yet they just recently hauled it out with
But-
caliche.
I think what they did though, and I talked with Mike about it, is that they use caliche for the subgrade. Before they'll end up putting, it didn't make no sense building that much limestone. He's got the first subgrade, he's gonna come back and top it off with the limestone, so it'll be a limestone road. But it's just a subgrade to prepare.
I wondered about that. That was it. I also noticed, and this is just a new name on page 4, Martin Marietta Materials. That's one we haven't bought from before. I noticed, or at least not recently.
Not recently, they haven't, but yes, they have been in there in the past.
Contractors, South Texas Oilfield Maintenance. I know Mike has some money in the budget this year for it. I know there's probably some for next year. I guess the question is, would we today, with the whole week here, I don't expect a complete answer.
I've heard the name.
Huh?
I've heard the name.
Okay. Well, my hope would be as we become more efficient, that we can get away from these $140 an hour maintainers who are hiring. That's just,
Yeah, along with, I know there are two, South Texas oil field maintenance. I think the other one.
RTMX
Yes.
construction.
And they had been replacing culvert pipe for us for a flat fee, but there was no definition of what was in the fee. And then they had other hourly rates that were being charged also. I have contacted both of those companies and told them I want more information.
And on the amount we're paying, some of them, when I first mentioned it, I know you're here, I know you'll be right, but we really need to look at as quickly as we can get these put up to the, we're going to need their services. Let's see. I think that's all. Oh, another thing. I'm asking something that probably happened before you got here, but I noticed two trucks both went to French Ellison for repair. And they're basically 2 years old. And if it was major drivetrain repair, it should have been covered in the warranty. But if it was something else, I'm wondering what they could chewed up and
That's what was being repaired, the drivetrain.
yeah, I don't know what it was, it just says it's on page 5.
2013.
2/3 of the way down. It says, and both trucks were bought, and the VIN numbers are consecutive numbers, so they're all the same time.
Right.
And maybe it was an upgrade, I don't know what it was, but I noticed new trucks with a fairly high repair bill, kind of flash.
Right, okay. I'll check on that.
Second. Any discussion?
Everybody sign the bill.
All in favor of paying the bill, signify by raising your right hand. All voting for it.
That's good plus.
We're the one we need to sign, just our head.
We need a separate motion on the election bill.
No, because those were already authorized for an out-of-cycle bill payment on the 20th.
This was for.
I just wanted y'all to see what the total expenditures were, mainly for election workers.
I've got
I move we adjourn.
Are you working? All in favor of adjourning? No, you're not for I got your picture.
all in favor of the motion to resign.
It's been a long morning.
Signify by raising your right hand. To resign.